understood to be larger than hills, but the term has no standardized geological meaning.
Meltology 101, baby. Once you see the melted bricks, you won't fall for their lame-ass tricks. Geologist, you're fired.
Mountains generally are understood to be larger than hills, but the term has no standardized geological meaning.
Boom, baby!
Just how many, quote, natural formations are really just extremely weathered, once extremely large stone-built structures? Maybe there are many stone granite hills, and even maybe mountains that dot our earth, which are grand structures of a forgotten people.
Boom, baby!
Encyclopedia Britannica, mountains generally are understood to be larger than hills, but the term has no standardized geological meaning.
They told me it was all in my
Boom, baby. I love that. I haven't played that in a while. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. My mother is in the chat. What's up, Mom? Hi. I love you guys. I'm so happy you're here. I got Shapu with me, of course, my wingman, my brother from another mother, my partner in truth.
Hi again.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good.
It's a little late for you over there, I know.
It's not that late, but
it's gonna get late.
It's gonna get late.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long show. I have a feeling at least 3 hours. Guys, we have a special surprise guest for you tonight. I wasn't sure if he was gonna be able to make it or not because I had to change schedule and everything. I hadn't put him in the title or dropped his links. But you guys, we got Old World Explorer here with us tonight. What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Hey, Dan. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, welcome.
Shapu, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
I'm so happy you could make it, hang out with us. I'm sorry I had to reschedule. I know everybody was looking forward to the show yesterday. I was a little under the weather, and I'm still a little under the weather, but we're here and we're going to do this, and we have a lot to get into. I don't even know where to start. I do have a bunch of tabs that I want to show that don't relate anything to what we're going to look at. That's just like we're going to run through quickly. But Chris, I want to talk about your channel. You've like amazing information on your channel. I really like the way you present. I want to tell you that. I was on there with you with Freya one day, and I wasn't able to stay long, I think, or it wasn't a very long show. I think I came in the tail end of it, but I really enjoy your commentary and your thoughts on things and the way you kind of, bring the speculation and everything. Can you tell me exactly like how you got into this? Was it like the mud flood? Were you looking at melted stuff at all, or X Factor, reset stuff? How did you get into all this, and how long ago was it?
Well, let me just say I really enjoy your content and presentation as well. So you were one of the ones I watched early on in my journey on this Old World journey, I guess, like about 3 years now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a few channels ago.
Yeah, for sure. It was, I used to watch yours and a little too nervous to jump in the chats. I didn't know much at the time, right? You get more confident as you get a little deeper into the research.
Yeah.
Right? In the beginning, you're like, this can't be real. Is this real? This seems real. Maybe it's not real. Okay, maybe it is real. And then you just build, like, it seems to be volume. Just throw visuals. Like Shapu does a great job of just throwing a large volume of visuals and letting people decide for themselves with what they're seeing. So I had a lot of early stuff from Joachim and your work with the Meltology, Spartan Red too, of those early lives.
Eagle Eye Crew.
Totally. And I knew I was seeing something, but I think your channels helped to sort of solidify what may have actually happened here. So I'm grateful for that, for one thing, for you being one of the early. I think early, right? You guys were pretty early on this train. Some of the pioneers.
Yeah, Jerry wasn't too far into the melt with Spartan Red. I know Mark Galat, our Melted Reality, was with them before I was in there. All I know is I saw one of his shows and I'm like, what is this guy yelling about? And I saw like the Ritz-Carlton one, the one, the beach where it's sticking out, the Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the one that did it for me. And I was like,
California.
Yeah. And I was like, what?
I know.
And then I got it though. I got it right away. I started.
Kairos went there too, and when I saw Kairos's video where he's like just take boots on the ground, I'm like, I showed that to my wife the other day, and it's just like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. And then I was like trying to figure out the mud flood stuff. Like, how does that even fit into what's going on here with this X Factor? Is it related to it at all? It would have to be. You would think.
Oh, I think it's one and the same. Yeah. It
and
ties them together.
Yes.
Right?
When I started doing that, the mud flooders weren't happy with me, because they're like, poo-pooing on Meltology straight out the gate. They're all into their mud flood and stuff. And, I started talking about this a lot and trying to figure out how these two calamities seem to tie together and stuff. And a lot of people didn't want to hear that. They wanted it to be their own isolated event. And I'm like, you can't stay stuck in the mud. The mud is connected here somehow. If you have ash in your fire pit and it rains, you got like sludgy, hard mud in your fire pit. If this building ash like Sodom and Gomorrah, imagine a bunch of water falling on Sodom and Gomorrah. It would be a huge mud flow of crap that would cover something up down the road, and that's just building ash.
Yeah.
So,
exactly. For me also, that was the question, where all this mud came from, Yeah, you can have like liquefaction with earthquakes and stuff like this, but it's never like worldwide and everywhere. But
No.
this event seems to have happened like everywhere all at once. This is
And
what
you can see the way
really,
it flowed in certain places. If it was
Yeah.
liquefaction, it would have been more settled, kind of. I would imagine. I can't say for sure. I've never studied liquefaction like that, but you could see that there was like a flow, like the way they have to dig stuff out, the way buildings are half sticking out and half not, like it.
Mm-hmm.
It flowed down things and whatever. I don't know.
You know what? I think it's really hard in this research is to wrap your head around the fact that what we've always called nature and what we've always thought was here for millions of years is actually the result of destruction.
Yes. Yes.
So,
and that's something I hear a lot of people who start off in Meltology as they're new in it. And I went through it too. We all get to that stage. It's usually early on in the research that you start to realize a lot of people possibly died here, or that they could have just easily just evaporated like that.
Probably vaporized. Yeah, I was just going to say vaporized.
We're walking over destruction and we think it's all beautiful and these waterfalls and the way the rock formations are. We're crawling over the melt of an event that took place that just it's just devastating. And I know one of my friends, actually it was Crystal, who actually kind of got a little depressed over that for a while. It was hard for her to go out there and look at it. But it's part of it. It's part of the process that you move through. And if it wasn't true, I think it would resonate with us that it wasn't true. But so much of this this truth that's coming out resonates. And there's proof of it everywhere you look. And people say, well, maybe water did that. Okay, maybe water did some things to a certain extent. And I do know there's erosion in certain areas. But this is meltage. I mean, you could see it. And we have evidence.
Yeah, the subjects, that's what is all about, because all the other like conspiracies you want to say or true thing, you need like to have like some kind of scientific background or an object or a machine to try to, let's say, flat earth. It's really hard to just with your eyes or going out the side just to prove that it's flat, like as far as you can see, except for water, when it's always level. But this thing, you can see it everywhere. You just have to go out and find it, and once you see it, it's like, oh, okay, that's.
I think water too. Like I wonder if the firmament tore open or something along those lines and washed it away and flash froze the melt or something.
I have a theory on that. And I call it a fail-safe sprinkler system. When the heat comes up from below, just like if you have like a fire in a building, that it activates the sprinklers, you have 40 days of rain. Rain to cool down the whole plane. You see what I'm saying? And in my opinion, it's a pretty big plane. You're not talking about an office space or something. So, I think the flood may have been why we get the flood stories and not the X Factor part of it. Is because that was the last part of it, and that's what came out of the tail of it, what people remember, the flood. What caused the flood? What brought the flood on? I understand they said that God, destroyed the earth because the people were wicked at the time. Well, we're wicked right now. And is this cyclical of the nature of these events that Shapu had said, we affect these events. If it's something that comes and say we're in a really good place as far as righteousness and joy and love and abundance and gratitude and all this stuff, this judgment, this nature of this plane, the way it works, whatever's coming won't be so severe. It'll actually elevate us up and not bring us down, like, back to starting all over again. You see what I'm saying?
I think we're trying to get the collective vibration higher so we can somehow either avoid or lessen the impact or avoid it altogether.
Possibly. But also I thought about some crazy thoughts about this old world this week. I won't say everything, but maybe the entire place was like built on a fail-safe mechanism. Like let's say you build like a thing with let's say in science where they try like to put what's the fucking name. biological things in a petri dish. You see, they try to make it. Shit, man, I can't find my words tonight. Try to make the experiments, with it, and if the thing goes bad, they just fry it up, and start over. But if this place was all built like this, this experiment went sideways at one point, and somebody pushed a button, and I'm not saying is a button, to reset this place. But it could possibly be like this, and the entire thing was electrocuted, from the bottom up, because
Here's
this.
yeah. Let me build on that, Chapu. What do you think of this? You said a petri dish. What if the firmament is the petri dish, and what if this evil has been contained within this, what we call our realm, and it can't go any further? Like, it's a trap for us, but it's a trap for them to do it, and they can go no further.
Yeah.
Just hypothesizing.
No, we could be trapped with all of this. Yes, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, tying it to the biblical narrative of, Lucifer being the ruler of this world because he fell here, and this is where God condemned him to. And then, the whole story of Adam and Eve, even in Genesis, where God starts this creation. And it says even in the book of Adam and Eve that it has a beginning and an end to it. And that, it's like a 6,000 year cycle. Well, within that cycle, that huge cycle, which they would tell us in space, it was the great year where we go around the galaxy, right? It's actually the great cycle of our plane, of our existence here, of our experiences that we come here and have. So anyway, they can't come back to the garden until the cycle's over at the end of the 6,000 years, it says in the book of Adam and Eve. But along the way, during the course of this creation, how it works, it seems that let's get into a screen share real quick here.
Yeah, I just want to say to Chris that you did a great job with Kairos on the TNT podcast.
Thank you.
Really good.
Cheers.
And
yeah, that was good. That was really good. You guys are knocking it out of the park.
Well, we got to get it to a wider audience, right? I think more and more people minds are opening slowly to all sorts of things.
So many people are talking about the millennial reign now. I've been talking about it for a long time, and I'm not bragging. What I'm trying to say is that this information has been trying to come out. It's coming out through us, okay? And more people are starting to see it and get it and understand that, maybe everything's not Tartarian. It could possibly be that these things are actually millennial reign buildings. They have us calling it Tartaria to throw us off. You know what I mean? Let's like to get ahead of things like flat Earth and stuff to steer the narrative if they can't control it, because it's going to come out.
Yeah, of course. Marginalize, criticize. Yep.
Absolutely. And steer that narrative, keep you in certain locations and don't take you any further. But I think this creation has a cycle to it, and I think there's cycles within it. Like you talk about the Kali Yugas and all that stuff like that. Different cultures have all this ancient wisdom about cycles of the earth. Even the Indians have it, indigenous people and stuff. I think that there's some type of event that takes place every so many years, like say 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. And then a time when there's a lot of turbulence and upheaval and stuff like that. And then it goes back again. And I think what's going on, in my opinion, is that they tell us here in these Masonic drawings and stuff what's going on. If you have the eyes to see it and you look past all the stuff that you learn on the internet that you think all this stuff means, because it doesn't mean any of that. It actually, with all these Masonic drawings mean is what this is, this whole X Factor event that we've been talking about this whole time. They're keeping their eye on it. And see how I think that I'm theorizing, I'm pretty sure, but I'm theorizing that we're at the end of the short season of Satan. And only I'm saying that because I think the Statue of Liberty is marking 1776 as when Lucifer was loosened, right? But we're saying the millennial reign ended in 1500. If it was the Dark Age, which was 500 to 1500, that's 1,000 years, which that would put the millennial reign right there in the Byzantine time. Okay. And then there'll be 1500 to 1776 where that marker is on the Statue of Liberty, which is actually the statue of Lucifer standing on the star, because he's the morning star, and his foot is breaking the chain because he's being loosened. So that's clearly an important date right there. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out right now is what happened between 1500 and 1776, that span of time, to be ready to be loosened finally after the millennial reign. You see what I'm saying? And then we're going to get into all that. But
so many things changed during that, from
yes,
that time.
exactly. And if we take into account that a lot of people weren't here anymore and they had to repopulate certain amount of generations, because Lucifer can only go forth and deceive the nations if there are nations, and nations require people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that
And
can take
also
10 generations.
to restart this society,
And
you
take out
don't,
and
you
clean
cannot
up.
you cannot do it in 2 days. You know, you need
Listen,
some really big plannings before you start everything.
exactly. And I think a good 270 some years, to 279 or 76 years, would give them that time to create narratives, create literature, paintings, all kinds of stuff to go with their narratives, to repopulate. Okay, because as we're moving into the World's Fairs in the late 1800s, excuse me. This is when the orphan trains, the 1800s, the orphan trains are going around, the incubator babies, the foundlings, all this stuff's going on. The orphan trains.
Yep.
So there was a program to repopulate, re-educate, and set people in, and then that marker date, 1776, if a short season is 250 years, I don't know if it is or not, but say if it is 250 years out of 1,000 years, you would consider a short season 250 years. Well, if you fast forward from 1776, 250 years, you're at 2026. We're at the end of it. We're at the end of the short season. And look what's going on in the world, guys. I don't have to tell you. You can see it.
And what they gave us as like a depiction from the 1400s to the 1700s is just everybody killing everyone, like going into these giant like star forts and shooting cannonballs and killing all the population. That are weird really drawings and paintings.
Yeah, and it aligns with Darwin's theories about the survival of the fittest, that we're a warlike race and we destroy each other, and ultimately we'll end up destroying all of us. You know.
Oh yeah,
it's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. We're not like that at all. But
no.
Yeah. So we're going to be speculating along the way, and that's okay. It's good to speculate because it helps you to brainstorm and think things out and see where the puzzle pieces fit. For me, this huge puzzle piece is between 1500 and 1776. Why would they have it marked there if the millennial reign seems to have been more like, because Jesus said in his time, he said, there'll be people here that will see me come back, that will live to see me come back, and I'll have my reign on earth. Mm-hmm. So that was in 33 AD. It can't be that they were still alive at 1700 or 17 whatever before Lucifer was loosened. You know, it has to be that 500 to 1500 time span, in my opinion. Plus, they did fudge the dates. We know this, and I'm having issues with some of that information as well. Like 536, a bunch of crazy stuff happened in 536 that year. I think it was. Yeah,
I think. Can I just jump in on the 1776?
Yes, please.
Interesting how the the American Declaration of Independence in 1776?
Yes.
And also the founding of the Bavarian Illuminati.
Yes.
I always found that correlation very interesting.
Yes. I had that. We're going to get into all this.
Did I jump the gun on that? Sorry.
No, you're good, because that's important. We are not celebrating our independence from England, okay? This is another narrative and false doctrine. None of us know those people back then in 1776. All we have is pictures and paintings and writings, okay? Literature and stuff like that. Do we know that these people were really alive and did all this stuff? Well, because they said that's a statue of Lincoln at the Lincoln Memorial, that's who it actually is? Or are you just being told that's who it is because that's who they found there when they dug that shit out? And they got to tell you it's somebody.
Yeah.
These are the types of things that I'm curious about now, because once you get into the past 1776, moving on, you could start to track some certain things. Photographs come in and all this stuff like that. But before that, we have nothing. We have nothing really to go by except their narratives and what they've provided us in these museums and all this stuff like that. The ridiculous costumes that they wore, and the wars and the famines and the plagues and all this stuff that they, you know what I mean? It's just like, it doesn't even sound like anybody would have made it anywhere to do anything. You know, they were always killing each other or dying of famine and war and plagues. So it's just like, how did anybody get? Oh well, it was the Dark Ages. That's what it was. Yeah. Okay.
They lay the framework for our new reality too, with that time frame, but like from the 1500s onto 1800, like Copernicus and Newton.
Yes.
They're laying out the laws of our reality. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
With these great
they can
thinkers.
make up these people's names and say that they decided that the Earth was a globe and the circumference is this because they measured that, and an apple fell from the tree. Oh my gosh, there's gravity. We don't know these people.
Yeah.
We don't know anything. And if you're going to trust those narratives still, well, you gotta ask yourself. I mean, they've lied to you about so much. You know this.
Yep.
Well, what are they not going to lie to you about? If George Washington was really alive or not? That's nothing. Of course they would lie about that.
Yeah, exactly. And with these people that you mentioned, I don't know why they choose these people and their theories, because there were many others that had other theories, but they weren't taken, and they choose to take these guys. So probably they were like in the club with them already. These are, yeah.
Oh yeah, initiates for sure, right? Yeah.
Look, this is generational. These people, what they're doing is, this is why it's their secret society, and they only intermarry in their bloodlines. They keep these secrets, and they keep control through their generations. They don't write shit down, okay? They use symbols. And we all think we know what these symbols mean because we have the internet, and there's cool people on the internet that breaks it all down for us. But do we really know what these symbols mean? Or is that just another layer that we think we got somewhere, but we really didn't, and we don't know what the heck's going on here? Why do they keep showing these two pillars, the checkerboard floor, the star, the eye, the sun and the moon? What is all this? And then you get to the ark. They're telling you there, so the ark, something happened, but we're supposed to believe this was so long ago, back in biblical times and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. They also want you to think Jesus was here 2,000 years ago. If this millennial reign stuff and these dates are correct, he was actually here 250 years ago. He was here. It could be.
And you have to ask yourself, why would they have some kind of arc in these Masonic from the 1800s? Because what does it have to do with them? Exactly. And then we find out about these ships.
Yeah. Yes. These ships. We're going to get to the ships, guys. That was one of our highest watched videos when we had it on one of my channels. I forget.
Yeah, 2-3 years ago, it was the highest view count I've ever seen on your channel.
Yeah, it was a really good one. Okay, so I want to break down this artwork right here real quick, because this validates what I've been saying about this all-seeing eye being a human eye. Okay, not something you would consider to be Lucifer's eye. It doesn't look reptilian or any kind of evilness to it. It looks like a human eye. Okay. So they want you to think this eye is looking at us. It's watching us, right? That's the narrative that we get, and we think that's the correct. We figured it out, right? No, that's not it. It's their eye, them keeping their eye on Polaris, the star, the pole star, because they know that once that thing starts to move and come out of its position, which it has, then we're in line. We're getting closer to that event that's going to take place, the next X factor, if you will. What that looks like, I don't know. Is it going to be severe or not severe? But this is why they watch it, because it marks the beginning of the coming of Lucifer's loosening, and it's going to also mark the ending of his short season. You see what I'm saying? It's going to happen on either end of it, just like it did on the end of the millennial reign, leading into the short season of Satan. There's a God's judgment between each Kali Yuga, if you will, whatever section of this cycle. So you have millennial reign. The first, I'm not sure what happened before this millennial reign situation. Prior to that, I'm assuming it was like another short season of Satan type of thing. So you have 1,000 years of peace, and then that ends. They're very specific about the 1,000 years, and that always bothered me in the Bible. It's like, he's Jesus. Why is he only coming back for 1,000 years? Why can't it be forever? That's what I used to think when I was a little girl. I don't understand. Why is it just 1,000 years? It's important that they say that, because they're telling you it's only that because it's a cycle, and then it ends, and then he's loosened. You get the short season of Satan, and this is what that's going to be like. We're living in it now, but that has an ending as well, because Jesus comes back again for the final judgment, which I feel we're at, since we're past the millennial reign and we're at the final judgment coming at us, and we're at the end of the whole cycle now. Mm-hmm. We're at the end of this creation cycle. I don't know what that looks like on the other side of it. I don't know if it just bleeps out of here and goes away, or if there's a new heaven and a new earth like the Bible says. And there's, no difference really between the two, because, or the cycle starts over. I don't know. Maybe more souls come here in the future and live through this stuff again. I don't know. But
Do you think the final judgment may have already happened?
I think it's coming. We're only at the end of the short season of Satan. So
I'm just saying, given the events of the last couple of years, sometimes my mind wanders in that direction.
I used to think that a couple of times along the way, but I think we still have a lot more that's coming at us that we still can't even believe.
Maybe you meant, are we alive right now, or we're dead?
Oh no!
I don't know.
I think we're very much.
Well, I think there's a real consciousness split that I'm seeing in the people I meet on my day to day.
Yeah,
so
I do.
It feels like choices are being made along the way.
That's because we're seeing the separation of the wheat and the tares right now, which is going to happen at the end of the short season of Satan, because we're getting ready for the final judgment. And when the wheat and the tares are separated, and God will take you from those people. They'll leave your life for one reason or another or whatever, and you find yourself estranged or separated from these people and stuff. Then the final judgment comes, and I don't know where they go. I don't think they go to heaven, but whatever. Yes, a lot of people are shifting, and you're starting to see a huge difference in people. A lot of people reported that to me as well. But I want to keep breaking down this picture so we can get into everything else we're going to talk about. Right. So the eye's looking at us, right? But we're really looking at the eye. The Masons are actually keeping their eye on it. And as you can see in this picture here, the Polaris is not up where the eye is, where it's supposed to be, because that's Polaris. The star has moved down now, down in between the two, sun and the moon. Okay, so that's not good. That means the event's starting to happen. So this is a picture letting somebody know who's an initiate that, when you see this happen, because they're watching with their Lucifer telescope, Polaris, what else would they be looking at, right? When you see this happen, you know that we're close to the event, and, maybe you should have your arcs ready and all this stuff. So, yeah. Are you guys still there? Did I lose you?
No, we're still here. We're just listening to you.
That's what I see happening here, because this, like I said, it's a human eye.
Yep.
It makes sense if they really don't want us to know about this. I haven't heard anybody else say it, that this is what it is. So I don't know. So anyway, moving on. The artwork, you can see a lot of what's going on once you understand the X Factor event and what we're dealing with here. Their drawings make a lot more sense. And I'm just going to come back off of here real quick and talk a little bit more. Yeah, I wanted to show that to you real quick.
I think Bobby Marley asked a question like, what was the name of the Pleiades? I guess the seven sisters they were called before, but the reason why, I don't know.
The Pleiades.
Because they were like in the depiction of the Masonic, like with the moon, around the moon with them.
Yeah, I've seen that. Oh gosh, I remember. I know them saying something about the seven sisters and stuff. It's been a while since I've talked about it. It may be a group of where the angels fell from or something in that area of stars. So the stars, the constellations, the Pleiades, they're out there, they're stars. They're not real far away. It's a cluster of stars, and stars are angels. They're watchers. And also they help with the seasons and all this stuff. When you read Genesis and the in-depth part of what even Enoch says about how it all works, you'll better understand what the stars are and why they're, in their patterns and stuff. So the pole star is at the end of the Big Dipper. That's where Polaris is. And so I'm just really curious. Go ahead, Cheryl.
No, I was just saying, and what we see is that everything like revolved around this Polaris star that we called, but only from this part here on this realm, because in other parts it's not that one, so it's that's weird.
Mm-hmm. So, Chris, are you still there?
No, I think he just went out. So.
Okay, all right, we'll give him a second. So I'm gonna get into a screen share here. Let me.
I sent you like some, like 3-4 pictures that I found really interesting, because they talk about things that happened between the 1500s and 1800s, and they were like the total reformation of everything, and that they were already planning all of this to happen between this time, and
Yep, I'm gonna screen share again. I want him to come back though, so he doesn't miss anything. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom real quick or something.
I had to do some parenting. Sorry about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had parenting going on. I'm sorry. I thought you had to or something. So you got to teach your kids this, right? As they grow up, you have to.
Oh, they're pretty aware. They're pretty aware of all of this, actually. Yeah.
Oh, good. That's awesome, because
they've done some videos with me too. They sat in on a couple.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I was listening to everything you said, though. I could hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, so Shapu sent me a few pictures. Shapu, I'm going to let you break these down here. This one is...
No, I just don't. It's just things that I just found because they were interesting because of the dates that they gave in.
Yeah.
Yep. When everything just changes, and if you go to the other one, like, you see, look at the same date that you thought about, and if you go, they're all like did you see the title of this one, the previous one?
Oh, hold on.
It looks like you got some of the great vowel shift in that next one there.
Oh, here it is.
How the old, that's awesome, that one.
Yep.
And look at the dates.
The dates match up to what we're looking at. 1776 could, you consider that 1800 because you're at the latter part of the 1700s.
Yeah, but in history is because in the European place, the Ottomans were really in power before that time, and then they changed it to, I think it was the French that took supposedly over in the history.
It's interesting, Shapu. I was looking up countries yesterday, and because I wanted to know when Germany became a country. Now, this before the 1800s, mostly everything were kingdoms. So all this stuff that we call countries and everything is relatively new. Let me see here. I'm going to read a couple of these to you.
It's for the 20th century, really, most of it.
Yeah. And I think that the history we have, it's been given to us just to confuse, because they changed so many places of names and stuff over the years, and same names like on other places, just to confuse everyone that you don't even know the history. And this, the English language.
Yeah, the vowel shift. They call it the Great Vowel Shift. They changed the language dramatically.
Yes. And that only came in over the last couple of 100 years too.
Yeah.
Also, isn't it amazing that all these, millennia have gone by? I mean, the Egyptians with their amazing stuff and everything, but nobody seems to get advanced until the last 200 years.
Yeah, right? 1800s. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, because the scientific revolution. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Copernicus. Those same names. Kepler and. Yeah.
Look, this one is. Look.
The origin of globalization, world trade, and the marketing of global economy, 1500s to 1800s. Oh yeah, they had this shit. And guess who was around in the 1800s? Coming into the 1800s is the Romanovs. The Romanovs.
Oh yeah.
They split up Europe, England, Russia, everything.
I have a picture, Jen, with all of these new rulers from the 1500s.
Yeah.
You have like one from Germany, one from the British Empire. You got one from Bulgaria. You got one from the Ottomans. They're all in one picture. So this is where they plan for the next 300 years, I guess. I don't know. So.
Yeah, that's what they did. Okay. I was just going through. Oh shit! I clicked the wrong picture. Oh, what did I do? Hold on. I gotta zoom out.
Oh, okay. That's why you were zooming.
Yeah, I was zoomed in. I don't know where I went.
Yeah, this was the last time. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Let me just close this out. I don't know how I got to this. Let me go here. Okay, let's see. France founded. France, when was the country of France founded? Okay, September 22nd, 1792. That's when it became a country. Before that, it was the kingdom. Okay?
Yep.
It's...
Yeah, it was probably what
Germany.
something like this.
Germany became a country in 1871.
That time period is very important. The 1870 area, a lot going on there. Financial system being set up.
Yeah.
You know, big. That's like the big enslavement net. I think the financial system that they had to put in place.
And also a lot of, I think that Jen, they were trying these concoction a couple places around, because I have like here a couple of recollection of journals that were from the 1400s to the 1800s. And many stories of around that time, like 3-4 times in the 1500s and one in the 1600s, that people reported total darkness, for maybe a couple of days. And they talk, after that darkness there was like ash everywhere, so they didn't know what it was because there was no communication. But now people say, oh, there were probably like volcanoes erupting around that time, but we know what they were doing. So
yeah, but also check this out. Let me show you what I just put together with that.
The darkness.
What
and also they saw like some, they called comets in the sky also pass.
Yeah, Tecumseh's comet, Napoleon's comet in the early 1800s.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we can believe those narratives, I'm not sure about the comet thing and everything, but definitely on the Oddfellow artwork.
I'm not saying that it's something from space. It could.
Right.
Explanations for an event, right? And spread out. Yeah.
So there's a globe here. Of course, they have their globe models. I'm not going to show you a flat plane, but with a huge cloud around it.
Yeah, and look at the sign that's right up with the time, like the hourglass and the sickle.
And the sickle, like, you're harvesting humanity. It's, a lot of people are going to die and you don't have much time, or it's only a certain amount of time. So I found that very interesting because I could never understand what this globe with the smoke around it was, but I never was able to find anything that even resembled X Factor at all in any of their artwork until this one. And I was like, oh, okay, well, this is worldwide, clearly, whatever they're showing. And it's mostly Northern Hemisphere, too, but there is no hemispheres. It's a flat plane. So it's going practically around the globe, if you will. So it would have went around the plane. It would have been a worldwide event, if you will. And then, of course, with the Oddfellows, they have the Ark right up here. There's their Ark, which looks just like the prison ships. You have the lady here with all the kids hanging off of her, which we tied that to the Cabbage Patch Kids and the foundlings and stuff.
Yeah, she's representing like nurturing, and also the red and blue. She's always pictured like in the red and blue.
Yep, always.
Yeah.
And so we were trying to break down all this and see how it all fits into, their
yeah, there's so many stuff in here. You can even go back. You got like the staff with the snake, they're changing like the medical system right there.
Oh yeah.
They taken over. You got the tables now, the tablets, but you got the fascia here. But in this one, the axe is not in it. Usually there's an axe with it. The axe is somewhere else. It's in the links, the 3 links for the 3.
Yeah, it's right here.
The 3 nations that were living before.
Yeah, well, it would make sense if you have the 3 Romanovs. That would be the 3 nations. Was it like England, Europe, and Russia?
No, I think it were like more like not races, because I don't like the name races, but more like
ethnic groups.
Exactly, that's
right. I got you. And this is interesting here, where you got the tents and you have the DJed columns right here. Like as if they're showing like maybe, things are destroyed and you're going to live in a tent for a while or something.
Yeah. But again,
I don't know.
The 3 pillars of the Masonic. I don't actually know what they mean.
Well, I was thinking that it was Jakim and Boaz. We know that that's their names. That doesn't mean anything. It's representing the sun and the moon. That's why they have them on those pillars, and that represents electromagnetism. Is what's keeping them up there and going around in their circuit. And this third pillar in the middle would be the one that connects Polaris and the black hole sun below us.
Yeah,
it's 3 electromagnetic processes because it's a working mechanism of this creation of how it works. And it seems to breathe in and out like ebbs and flows, like the tides in a way, but on a larger scale. And this process, it creates a electromagnetic field of, I don't know how to say this. I don't know, like a dielectric plane.
Mm-hmm.
Torus field, ley lines, all this stuff like that. If it can produce this, and this is what it's doing, it makes sense that it looks like, the this.
And
Mm-hmm.
And if they come down and up, they told it, about Nibiru, right, Chris? You remember Nibiru, Planet X?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I knew all about that stuff.
2012.
Oh yeah,
right? It was tied in with all that. Yeah.
It's going to come from underneath the ecliptic of our plane, which they say was our solar plane. The solar plane, it was going to come up from underneath and show up in our skies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is our ecliptic of our plane. It's flat, okay? And there is something under us. It's called the black hole sun. It's an anode to the cathode above it, the North Pole star. Mm-hmm. And I think that they come down. They've already shown a drawing with Polaris moving down in between the sun and the moon. If that black hole sun's coming up while that one's moving down, I think they have some kind of electromagnetic discharge that takes place. Now, I do remember them saying when Nibiru would go past Mars one time, it was really, really bad. And every time this Nibiru would come around, it wouldn't always be bad, but sometimes it was severe. You just didn't know how close it was going to get to Earth, right? That was their excuse. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
This lends to my theory that maybe every time these God's judgments come, they're not always severe. They could be severe, but that depends on us and where we're at and how we're living and where we're at spiritually. And if we're really good and we're doing really well, it might just skirt right past and happen and not really muff anything up. And maybe we'll even elevate spiritually a little bit higher, So I just was tying that whole narrative, why they even told us that, because they knew that there was going to be something in our skies one day that would look like a second sun. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So they already had that narrative laid out of Nibiru, okay? For this event right here.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if you're going to lay out narratives years in advance for this event coming up, what do you think they did prior in the 1500s till 1776? They were getting shit ready. They were digging out. They were cleaning up. They were relocating, re-educating, establishing ground level, putting in pavements. That's why they have pavements everywhere, because they had to establish ground level for the people coming in. They didn't want anybody digging down any further.
No. And I think they did things like on the fly when people starting asking questions. Oh no, we forget about this. We need to do it. So they created like geology and paleontology for dinosaurs.
It's a trap. I think the reality they set up for us is a trap to get us to choose their truth, rather than God's truth. Right? They're trying to trap us.
Oh, yeah. Well, everything that they've done, everything they've given us as far as geology, history, all this stuff, the sciences, at the root of it all is because it's to debunk the Bible and steer you away from God. Mm-hmm. The whole reason geology had to come in after the X Factor event and be taught in the mid 1800s, early 1800s, they started teaching geology. And you can look at the history, their history for the people who came up with these theories of geology, gradualism, catastrophism, and totalitarianism, or something like that. I don't know. They're all theories anyway, first off.
Yep.
But they had to explain all this stuff and have the answers for it because people were going to start asking questions. And
the Age of Enlightenment, right?
Yeah, that's
Enlightenment. That's Luciferian right there for sure.
Yes, and they wanted to get us away from the young Earth 6,000-year cycle. They want to steer you away from that. It is a cycle, and something is coming, and that you would have to prepare. They don't want us prepared, as you can see.
No, they want you with your pants down, caught with your pants down. metaphorically speaking, right? Like,
and they want us to be in a really bad place spiritually, so we don't ascend to where we're supposed to be. You know, he's like,
right,
you know, that's just the way it is. So it's in our best interest to rise above all this bullshit and not even feed 1 ounce of energy in it, and stay in a loving, kind, peaceful gratitude, praising God and all this, and just move past all this stuff and be grateful that we're alive here at this time, because it is really exciting and we're going to see some crazy stuff.
That's
but
very well said, Jen. Very well said.
I don't think it'll be long for us who have to endure it. You know what I mean? I think we've come here to fight this fight and bring out these truths. The apocalypse would not happen without us. They're not telling you until eyes to your vision. They're not writing books and putting out apps about oh my God, this is what's coming up and stuff. They're giving you bullshit. And then and we're busting the narratives, and everything that's been hidden is coming to light. And it seems to be there's proof after proof coming to prove what we're saying as we move through it. It's like, I don't even understand how we come upon some of these proofs that we absolutely need, and the creator knows we need them, and Shapu somehow finds it, I'll somehow find it, and it's like, oh, boom, it goes with this piece, boom, there it is. It's just we're
coming together. Yeah, when we come together, the links start to connect, right?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Like, and there's so many people out there that are picking up on this. All the people that were over there poo-pooing Meltology, they're still over there, whatever, stuck in the mud, they can stay there. That's the tears, okay? We're not worried about them. They can say what they want. But there's so many big channels out there, people that are way smarter than me, who I've probably been waiting a long time for them to finally see it. They're all talking about the millennial reign now. They're all seeing it now, how it connects. And there's so many people that are, you know, talking about that we're past that now. And maybe this is what all this was. The World's Fair buildings, they look heavenly because they are heavenly. I think that they were star cities, capital cities of the millennial reign. In my opinion, they're glorious.
Probably they found like a lot of them, and they repair some and maybe made 1 or 2 between them. You know, that's what I probably see from, because it cannot be all. You know,
I think
they had to have like a part of their story true to be something, you know.
Well, all the countries are becoming countries in the 1800s for the most part. I hear you, Jinx. They're rewriting the narratives. They're re-educating the people. So what is one thing that Lucifer is going to do? Because, you know, he's prideful and he loves to mock God and Jesus, right? So what's he going to do with these clearly really important, amazing cities that we were seeing here, okay? They weren't they weren't for fun and folly and world expeditions and all that stuff like that. And they're made out of paper mache. They're really nothing. They're not really anything, right? Yeah. So he's going to go in, he's going to mock and totally ridicule and destroy and never even let people know what these things were. Educate people with false narratives in Jesus's, what was I just going to say, like capital cities, if you will. Yeah. Clearly important cities, how glorious these were, okay? And that's probably why they survived, because they probably have that much energy around them that you know, whatever X factor happened through here, God's judgment, it did not touch those places. So they had to be dealt with. And how were they dealt with? He used them to re-educate people and give Jesus a big middle finger, and then he went and destroyed them. And then you know what they have us doing? They have us shooting up fireworks on the 4th of July, 1776, because us dummies think we're at our freedom from England. But no, we're celebrating his loosening, because that's what we're doing on the 4th of July. It's a big
ritual, just a big ritual, right? They must have been the spiritual centers of these communities, these cities, these great cities of the old world. Because they're like almost like a farmer's market gathering place like we have these days, right? But it was a place that you could probably go at any time and heal. And they always have the big body of water in the middle, the World's Fairs, you know, so the energetics of it, we know they were energized because they showed that off before they destroyed them too, you know?
And they were clearly self-illuminating buildings with the electricity and stuff. All this stuff about them lighting up the fairs, there is no pictures. Try as you will. I've tried for years now, okay? There's only about 5 pictures of Tesla that you can find. They're usually all the same, maybe different positions here and there, but they're all the same, okay? There's no pictures of the Chicago World's Fair where he lit that place up for the first friggin' time. You have Westinghouse and Edison also showcasing their new inventions. Why are they not there with their inventions? Why are there no pictures of these guys with those fucking inventions?
Yeah.
Why is Nikola Tesla not there telling people how it all works? And you push this lever and hit that and zap, you know?
Well,
no, none of that.
Pretty sure I saw it in a Hollywood movie, Jen. So it's probably happened the way they say it in the movies, right?
I was surprised that I couldn't find any pictures, but then it was clicking for me. It's like there's no pictures.
They don't need that, right? Because they're using moving pictures now to set that narrative in our modern day, right?
We do see a lot of pictures of the World's Fair, and they do show the technology. Supposedly, this is Tesla's AC, whatever it was called, right?
Mhm.
And you see some guy up there that's not him who has to flip these switches and stuff. And then Westinghouse's invention and Edison, you see the signs and everything all through the exhibits, but nobody's there. They're not there. There's not one picture of them there.
Yeah.
Ever.
You'd think that would be front and center.
It's a brand new thing. You know what I mean? It's electricity. Why are they not there?
You'd think that would have been passed down through the ages or through the years, right? At the very least.
Right.
Yeah.
These
Instead,
are
we have
narratives that we have to look at. Why are they not there?
A good point. You make a good point. Yeah.
I really searched. I really did. It's not like I went, oh, okay, there's no pictures. I searched because I'm not going to come on here and say it unless I did it and have somebody go, oh, here's 5 pictures right here. Duh.
Exactly.
That happens tomorrow. That'll happen tomorrow, right?
No, it won't because there is none.
I know.
The only pictures you will find is from the movies. They made a lot of movies. They made it meet, in the movies. They make them meet, but they
make us think these things happened with the moving pictures, like with Hollywood, right? Like that's what creates these visions for us. They're using the high magic now in this day and age, right? The wand to solidify their lies. They've been using it for the last 50, 60 years.
And maybe like in 10 years for some, they won't remember they saw it in the movie. They will think that, they were together.
That's exactly how it works, I think. That's exactly how it works. They're creating the past with these movies.
Yeah. Well, this is what they've done with JFK assassination. Every year at the same time, they show the JFK movie and stuff, which now people are starting to pick up that there's 6 people in the car. And, this newer generations and stuff are with that narrative now. And that's the way it's always been for them. This is why this whole thing came out over the last 10 years about, your truth. Well, speak your truth. Well, this is my truth and that's your truth. There's only one freaking truth, guys. Okay.
Moral
relativism. Muddying the waters with all these truths. For me, it's true that there was 4 people in that freaking car. It will always be true for me for that. And I know that's the way it was. I'm not going to conform to 6 people, but somebody tomorrow will be that's their truth. That's what they remember. Mm-hmm. So what is truth? Well, what is Jesus? Jesus is the truth, the way, and the life. And there seems to be a war on truth at this end of this short season of Satan where you can't even get the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're really looking for it, you can, but basically you're not going to get it anywhere around.
You have to counter the narrative if you want truth, right? You have to go against the current, to go against the current of society if you really want to seek truth.
Yeah.
You really got to pick apart the narratives, and people have to be willing to go back to the past to do it. Now, this is the Capitol building in Washington. I'd like to just point out here, it's mostly built. When you get construction sites, pictures of these types of things, I've been looking at a lot of old world construction sites, and they're usually all built with scaffolding around them.
Yeah, the only thing that's left to put is always like the roofs,
Yeah, the roof. Yeah. And this could have been, taken out with the white background and stuff.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Oh,
maybe they could have reverse engineered. I think that's what they did. They dismantled it, took out what they didn't want it, and just put it back. This is a possibility.
This could have been, remember we showed that artwork stuff that you had that somebody had made of
that. Oh, yeah. The
cathedral
there's a branch of masonry that were specialized on roofings. To change them from what they were to what we have now.
Yeah,
I've seen the books and I've seen the rare pics of them, but they are talked about,
I've seen a lot of pictures that show the changing of the rooftops from old buildings.
Yeah.
So that's interesting that you say that.
Yeah, I've seen that also.
So if you look at the generations and how many generations are in 270 years, it's 10 generations. And I noticed, through the 16th and 17th century, there's lots of mental illness, supposedly. and asylums start popping up everywhere.
It started back to now. They keep talking about it like 2-3 years, like since this 2019 stuff. They ramping up like the mental illness everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking this narrative's bullshit. I'm gonna put out what I feel about the asylums. Okay, I'm not saying there isn't issues with
No,
people.
I'm not
I know
saying
there was.
either
No,
that
there
they
still
were
is
meant.
today. But given the fact that when the years that they pop up after the X Factor, if you will, God's judgment, whatever happened, what got destroyed and who was left and everything. You got 16, 19, they start really popping up. And then 17, 1800s, they go crazy with them. I think that they were using these as breeding centers for these babies, orphans, all this stuff. This is why they had orphans. I think maybe like this is why the buildings were so huge. They had, like one section of the building where they were birthing the babies, the other section they're raising the kids to a certain point. Then they got to ship them out and get people to adopt these kids and stuff. They got the odd fellows come in, take care of them. They just found them. They're foundlings. They were just wandering around.
That's really interesting theory. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Well, because the asylum stuff makes sense to a point. Okay, people were traumatized after the X Factor. They're trying to start up humanity again. Maybe people weren't willing to give up their children or weren't willing to teach them a new narrative. That only lasts for so long. We're talking 10 generations, guys. 10 generations, okay? And you need people to repopulate so you can even go out and clean up this mess, okay? The 49ers, when they went out, 1849, for the gold rush, that was a false narrative. They were going out to get the gold down from San Francisco domes and stuff. That's what the rush was out there. And then they could tie the narrative. That's how it got populated and built out because of that, in my opinion.
And also all these depictions, maybe they reinforce this because what they show us, what they did just before this, they were like cutting people, like bodies everywhere, cutting their heads, cutting their limbs, cutting, like opening their entrails and putting out on
medieval
the
torture, right? What we think of as medieval torture and all those.
Yeah, that's that. They if some people saw this, you probably, be a little mad and crazy, but not what it is.
Well, remember too, guys, that they were orphan asylums. There were a lot of orphan asylums, right?
Yeah.
So it does bridge the gap.
Yeah. They are most of the time they are like the same buildings, like Jen just showed.
Right.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Right. Why are all these orphans crazy? What's going on that's making them so crazy? I mean, basically, you only know what you know from the one or two people that's taking care of you around you and stuff like that. It's not like, there could have been a lot of orphans maybe from the initial X Factor event, but then you got to figure people would have to, gather them up, and I could see that happening and stuff.
No, yeah, Jen. But what you said,
not in the length of time that we're talking about down the road. You know what it is?
No, they just said that they were like for crazy people because. But they said this to the population to see. Oh, this one, don't listen to him. He's crazy. Because he knows shit. Because he was there, he knows what happened.
And he's not listening to what we tell him.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And these buildings were already there. They didn't build them. They had to make use of them. And they were huge enough to, accommodate a scenario like that. And you would have to have them everywhere because you're repopulating everywhere. That's why they're everywhere. And then you have the mud flood stuff, like what we're talking about here in this picture, Grant Hill, removal of the hump. Okay, now it says for many years during the early development of the inner city, an obstacle called Grant's Hill rose between Diamond and 6th Street. Now, I believe this is New York, guys. It could be somewhere else, though, but I think it's New York. It says the mound was an impediment to the travel and growth along Grant Street. The city made 3 efforts to grade the land, in total shaving nearly 33 feet from the surface of the level, leaving off the area. Excuse me. Now, check this out. These are the dates, guys. On May 26, 1836, a city ordinance was passed authorizing an initial grading of Grant Hill, formerly known as the Hump. So they go in and they start shaving it and stuff. It says finally in 1912, work was begun to remove the hump. Extensive excavation was done between Diamond Street and blah, blah, blah. The courthouse running. So we're going to look at these pictures here. Guys, wow. Okay. They've already removed part of this hump. And look at these buildings. Okay. Right here, street level. This will be street level right here. You can see it coming up here.
Yeah.
This is Jor and across here. So all this is down here. You can see it. And it seems to be more stuff down there that, these planks of wood and stuff are covering up. But you could see this opening here, down in here and stuff.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so then you get over here to this picture. Oh, wait, I can make them bigger? I can. Okay, let's see here. Let me go to this one. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm going to close this part here and just zoom in on them. So
yeah,
here,
that's good. Yep.
Yeah. So here you can see they've dug down more, but oh wait, what's this? This looks like brick up here in this dirt right here. Do you see it? It's all embedded up in there and stuff right here, and there's no building here. So what is this, right? Right here. That's suspicious. And then you go over here to this wall, and they got the planks of wood up right here, but that's where street level is, guys.
Yeah.
Street level's right here. That's why the wood's
so
up.
that's the hump was like the building that was buried there.
It was buried. It's whatever had rolled in here and covered it up. Building ash, mud from the end of the X Factor, the flood itself, carrying and flowing all this shit. And you can see it was on a hill. So they dig this thing out, but there's all structure back here and stuff, and you're going to see it. Even here, it looks like an arch right here. All right, let's go over to this picture. Here you can see some more stuff. Like you can see up under the pavements in the buildings here. And I know it looks all muffed, but it is muffed up because it was all covered with the mud flood stuff. But you can make out structure in here and bricks and everything. There's all brick through here, going up here and stuff. It gets a little grainy as you go down here to see what it is. But let me see. I can't zoom in anymore. And then I go over here and I see this and I'm like, well, wait, what's all this? All of this right here that you're seeing right here, these windows and everything was all underground, guys. They dug this out. Up here, street level, right here. Here's the front door to this place. Here's the door to this place. Right here was ground level going around this corner here. All this was down here.
I had a thought, Jen, about a lot of this the raising of the street levels. What if they're trying to find the evidence on the buildings that there was heat damage, and they had to bring up, and then they you know what I mean? Like if the lower portions of certain buildings had to be hidden because they were showing evidence of a cataclysm. Yeah, just a thought I had.
Sure. Maybe they did this before they could like explain how to build those buildings with all these books from 1800s. I've looked at them maybe a couple of weeks ago, and they say all that they put these big stones as foundation before they lay the bricks. That's how they explain how they build stuff.
Look at these horse carts. I mean, these are the people who are digging this stuff out. Nobody built. I mean, their narratives are ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's so ridiculous. And every time you see any kind of construction site or anything that they're doing, it looks horrendous. Like they had no standards at all. Everything is a mess. Like they just got there and they're cleaning up.
Yeah, it looks like a hodgepodge for sure. And nobody looks all that capable.
Look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see even here, right? You could tell that this building goes down further through here. You can see these are coming in, out, popping out from under here. And it probably goes down further. I know, it's crazy.
Where is this again? Chicago?
I want to say it's New York City, but
New York, okay.
I'm not sure. I'll drop the link though.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the modern picture. Hold on one second, guys. What's up? Huh?
Okay.
Okay. You can see the grade here. They brought out this whole portion of the building right here. This whole portion of the building right here is under.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that. I wanted to show that, and then we'll go back to that one and that one. What did I have this up for? I don't know. It's like so much stuff up here. I don't even know why. Oh, it had this stuff, the lattice work that's popping out everywhere that they tell us is for landslides. Oh, not this one. Let me close this. This one here. This stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're hiding something or what, but It's crazy, this stuff. And it's all over this Japanese island. It's called Ogashima. And it's really interesting. Really interesting stuff. I don't know if you've ever
the
seen
narrative is even more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's for landslides. They say this is for landslide protection. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, because what I've seen on Ogashima and those pictures, it's not jiving. I mean,
Yeah, and they said it's only like these 3 guys working there doing this stuff since. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, building those lattices.
Oh, this isn't Ogashima here. What I'm showing you, this is other ones that they have different areas. But Ogashima, it's like 3-5 guys that work on it, and
Weird.
all the
That
time.
is weird. Huh.
Yeah. So let me go over here. Oh, I found another crazy monument. Okay. Central Office, Santi de Compostela. I'm not sure. But anyway, look at this thing. It's another monument. We were looking at crazy monuments the other day. And look at this thing. It looks like a muffed up, twisted brick building. You know?
It's like a mockery. Maybe.
Spanish architecture, they're saying. Some kind of brutalist.
They like to mock. We know that, right?
Yeah. Look at the brick line.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff you would see like in a cavern or something, a mine.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Oh, here's more of the lattice work here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see this one is straight. It's okay, but the one that follows all the curve, it's so weird. So weird how they do it.
Yeah, let me look it up real quick. I don't think you've seen it before.
Because doing these concrete castings all straight, there's no problem. But when you have to follow the mountain like they do there, this is something else.
They show it on this one or not?
Yeah, I don't know if.
Oh, here it is.
I'm gonna see some.
Oh man, it was right there. Hold on.
Yeah,
right there in that picture.
Okay.
All right, hold on. Here is it now. We have amazing pictures from our show, but I'm not going to make them dig it out right now.
There's one big one down there, but
yeah, there.
There was another big one down there. Hold on, I'll go back a page. I know I don't want to spend too much. This one here. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so yeah, it looks like a melted building. Okay, I'll just say it. Okay, could it be for landslide stuff? Sure, but when you see the stuff on Ogashima, it looks all muffed up and melted, and it's very blackened. Now I know that you can get like a mold on it or whatever you call that weathering stuff, rusty, I don't know, varnish or something. But this is next level stuff, and it's all over the island, popping out everywhere in really odd locations, and some of it does look melted.
Melanie, you're late.
Melanie, oh, you have to hit that drop. Melanie, better have a good excuse. Here's that one that we're talking about. Look at this one.
Yeah,
you asked for it, Melanie.
Don't be tardy for the party. I don't feel tardy.
Boom, baby. I'm sweating here. I'm having a hot flash. Okay, look at this one. Look at this. And the grass just overtakes it again. You know what I mean? So you can't really tell like what was under it. Like it looks like a mountain. Look at this
Interesting.
thing.
Yeah, look at that.
Can you guys hear me?
Now this isn't Ogashima, but this is another section of somewhere else. You know, I'm like, I don't know. Are they covering stuff up? Are they building something? Was this part of something? I don't even know. And you know, it also reminds me of the North Korea. North Korea.
I just saw they call it erosion control. That's something.
Pyramid Hotel. Okay, so look at this. This thing here. Look at this sucker. This looks like what we're seeing on Ogashima. The lattice work stuff, but melted back and over.
Oh, yeah. Weird.
I know it sounds crazy, guys, but that's just what it reminds me of. I'm not saying that's what it is. Anyway, let's just move on. I'll be throwing everything at you after this. So Pinterest, we saw that. What is this here? I have a bunch of stuff that I had up that I don't even remember why I had it up now.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. I found this here. It's called Mariana Petri Cabral. I don't speak this language, but it's supposed to be in northern South America, in the Amazon Stonehenge, it's called. And I'm like, all right, well, let me check out this Amazon Stonehenge. I never heard of it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, clearly this is not a Stonehenge. This is a muffed up, melted building that they found. And it's all over the place. Have you ever heard of this, Shapu?
No.
Yeah,
First time I see this.
Brazil archaeological monoliths. And it's just like muffed up melted stones. They have a glaze on them, so they have been vitrified to extreme heat. Here's another look at them here.
Motherfucker.
And let me be clear about these X factors. I do feel, given the cyclical nature of this plane that I feel that we're in and the way it works, that yes, there was more than one event, at least 5 before this one. I think it may be like 6,000 year cycle with 6 cycles in it, and then other smaller cycles that go with it in between or something like that. I don't have it all nailed down. However, I do really feel I was in the beginning leaning towards there was just one X Factor event. And if that's how you feel, it's okay with me. I'm not trying to push this on anybody. I just feel that some of these things that we're looking at, like possibly this right here, is from a previous X Factor event. That's just my opinion. Either way, it's been X Factored. It's been superheated, muffed up, and melted during the course of some event that took place. And I just want to stress that.
Yeah, sure, Jen. Because either this or we don't know how the extent they went to remove the places by destroying them and all this stuff. Who maybe they were there just nice, maybe 200 or before they found it. But somebody went there and destroyed what's left and remove evidence. Because I see a lot in these old castles that they call them medieval. They're supposed to be like bricks. Some places they go there and they would have removed the red bricks, all that the one that could be seen. Just to make sure that no, they are stone. There's no, but at some places they couldn't. So.
Well, look at Stonehenge. We've always wondered why was that picture there that we could see that there's a beam going up one of those supposed monolithic stones, right? Stonehenge from the Stone Age. They want to anchor that in your brain with Stonehenge, okay? And it was astronomical and all that. That shit's fake. There's pictures of them building it. Oh no, Jen, they're just reconstructing it. That's what you're seeing in those pictures. Really? Really? You're gonna buy that? You're gonna try to sell me that narrative? Because I'm not buying it.
Yeah, because when people started saying that, they've seen this, they started the story that, oh no, this is the second one. Yeah, we had to move it because again, then we have to move it.
Look at the Egyptian stuff. They said that was they moved that stuff too and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't know how far these people would go for these narratives. I mean, given the fact that they're working for Lucifer and that's their god, they shoot rockets up in the sky telling you they're going to space all the time.
I've seen today. I found like the most interesting place I've seen in a while, and the story is even more interesting.
Really?
It's crazy, yeah.
Oh, you have to share that.
Maybe today or another show. I don't know.
Okay, so we're going to get right into these narratives here as far as the empty cities. Now, Chris, I know you covered this extensively on your show. You had a gentleman on one of your shows that I watched. It was pretty recent. And he was showing, them digging out a street and you could see the building went down. I really liked how he commentated the whole thing. And basically that's what we're going to be showing here and talking about. And I know you got a folder waiting for us because I'm going to hand it over to you shortly, okay?
Okay, yep.
Okay, good, because I just want to get down this site. It says 19th century photographs of empty cities. Now, I'm sure you've probably seen this site and have many of these pictures. This is the one I'm going to use. And they have reasons for this. They say it's the photography during the 19th century. Lack of light sensitivity of cameras required long exposures, sometimes up to 10 minutes per shot. And this somehow made people disappear.
It
out of
can in some way, but
yeah,
their narrative of this, it's easily blown when you see like moving stuff like animals and stuff that are still, you know. So why there's something wrong with the photography
but
narrative.
we also know that since they created the photographs, which is old technology, probably that they back engineered and put out for us, they've had Photoshop since the inception of the camera. Or the
Yeah,
dark room.
some kind of Photoshop done in the dark room.
Right. It would be very easy to put in an apparition-ish type person here, standing here along the sidewalk. Again, sidewalks, crappy streets, amazing building. These people just could not. Now we know the answer, guys. The answer is the pavements are there because they're establishing ground level. That's what it's for. The streets, they have to leave something for these people to build, to say that they built something. So they come in and they build the streets whenever they get to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
Janica,
it all makes sense to me now.
they all covered the brick roads and the railway in the streets almost everywhere. They covered it.
You're going to build a glorious building like this and leave your streets like this with perfect sidewalks. Who are these people that came in before they populated the cities and did the sidewalks?
Jen, I think those are covered. I think they're covered in mud. I actually think a lot of the streets were brick paved.
Yeah. Okay, but still, they established sidewalks to establish their ground level. Is that what
for
they're
sure?
doing? Yeah.
Yeah, they did amazing infrastructure. The whole thing is ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
But I wonder if the mud was like the last layer they removed on the streets.
Well, I mean, if this building goes down further, then this mud's pretty deep. And if there's a road down there, it's way down there. You know what I'm saying? So what I could never understand is why they would let these people come back into these cities without doing the streets. And only they did the sidewalks. The sidewalks have a purpose. They establish their ground level so nobody digs down any further. We don't want that. And also it leaves something for these people who are moving in to add on to this city. You see what I'm saying? Oh, we built the roads. You know what I mean? They'll have that at least.
Yeah, I scratched my head on that one a lot because the streets had the street cars, the rail cars, which were part of the old world. I wonder if there were survivors of the cataclysm that tried to put the world back together as they knew it. Sometimes that crosses my mind as well. And then you think of like the second phase destruction of the great fires and all the rest of it. Maybe there was a final wipeout of what was left of the old world, and then they had to reprogram the people.
Yeah, exactly, Chris. Did you ever heard like of the tram revolution that they created? Just to destroy all the trams everywhere that were left.
Well, they smashed them up? Is that
yeah, not only smashed them up, because they created a narrative because the trams were always free, and everybody could just hop on whenever they want. But then they created this narrative that the poor people were abusing the rich one and the people, and that there was like some kind of revolution, and people just tearing up the trams everywhere. How they create like a crisis, and people just getting bored with it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They've been doing this shit.
I've got some pictures of them tearing up the tramways, actually.
Yeah.
I want to point out that this building has windows missing here. And given how nice and beautiful these buildings are, I don't think there should be missing windows at this point. The road is there. It's brick. It's not cobblestone, because cobblestone just makes no fucking sense. And that's a false narrative, in my opinion.
I think it's melted brick, though. Don't you think cobblestone could be rounded over?
That's exactly what it is. But people will get on your ass and make hit pieces about you if you say that.
Are they trying to say that these roads, they went to the rivers and got all these cobbles or whatever and paved them with cobbles? Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. When you even look up cobblestone roads in Wikipedia, they have a drawing of a horse and carriage and then say that it's a slippery, wet cobblestone road. And even the horse is looking like, what the F? You expect me to ride down this? It's ludicrous. If you can make beautiful brick sidewalks and beautiful brick buildings, you would clearly make beautiful brick roads. The heat's coming up from the bottom. The road gets hit first because it's the lowest point on the ground. It's surface level. So it's going to cook out And maybe that's all the damage it got in that area. So you're left with a bumpy, weird cobblestone road, or even what you see in Pompeii, those melted out weird streets that they say is volcanic rocks that they put down. Give me a break. But they can't tell you what cobblestones are. That's why they have a cobblestone narrative. Because if they told you they were melted brick, you'd be like, how the fuck they get like that?
Yeah, a good place to see all of this. You can see the transition all the way from bricks to rocks to these is the Appian Way, you know, in Italy. They say it crossed the entire Italian coast because it was the main road of the supposed Roman Empire. But you can see all over some bricks, some melted rocks. It's all the difference.
These sidewalks are just like Pompeii. It's got the nice curbing going along here. It's got the nice brick sidewalk. You can make the brick out here if you look closely over here, and the brick street and bricks. It's just, this would be no older than Pompeii, in my opinion. Yeah. Yep. Empty, glorious, amazing, heavenly looking architecture. You know, this is what I would think to see in the millennial reign. This canal is man-made. It's completely built canal. Look at that. Okay. That's
very,
all over.
Yeah, very difficult to envision how they built that according to our historical narrative. Very difficult to envision that.
Oh yeah. You don't see any type of banks, river banks at all. Germany, look at Germany. Have you seen the flying train that they had in 1900?
Yeah, Wuppertal, I think. Yeah,
it goes over a canal, and the canal is just like this. It's all man-made. It's all built out.
It's all infrastructure. Yeah, it's amazing.
Now look at this. DJed column right in the middle of town. That's a Tesla tower. Yeah, you would want to have that in the middle of town because I mean, it's all your stuff work.
And a port also for probably
airship.
Airships.
Because all this one also you can enter it, go to the top, and
circular stairs going all the way up, I think.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Maybe they changed the statue out on the top or something. Who knows?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like on the top of City Hall in Philadelphia, and that's an old world building. It's pretty amazing. They have like 60-foot thick walls and stuff. The City Hall for Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They say that's William Penn up there. Is it William Penn? I have no clue. I mean, at this point, I don't know who these people are. This Declaration, George Washington and all his guys and stuff. I don't know because they've rewritten everything and renamed everything. And, you know, we're only left with what they've given us. And it's all on the table to be tore apart and questioned.
And the story is now Mandela, the story of the John Adams, was it? CFN helped me.
Paul Revere.
Paul Revere, yeah.
He never did his night ride where he said the British are coming. The British are coming.
That's weird, eh? Mandela.
He ran or something, and crazy. The whole thing's changed. Look at this glorious architecture. Wow. And this is World Fair-ish, if you will. Like some of like Paris, a lot of places. It's not just the World's Fairs, but those cities you could tell, especially what the ones in the U.S. Because they say that they found the New World, came over and repopulated the United States. I think originally the United States was the epicenter of the millennial reign. In my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And then they invert everything, right? They erase the history.
Well, this would be interesting because we have found when we looked at the maps for Sodom and Gomorrah, Chaput had an old map up, and guess what we saw over there on their maps near Sodom and Gomorrah? Utah and Montana.
Oh yeah.
You know, so what's that doing over there? And why do we have names over here like Boaz and all these other places here in America that line up to names that are over there?
Yeah. Israel, even people have made parallels with the Chicago-Israel connection. We've seen those memes.
What's that?
With the geography of where Chicago sits along, whatever Great Lake Chicago sits along, is a mirror image of where Israel sits along the Mediterranean. I've seen the memes quite a bit.
Oh wow! I would love to see that because that would line up. Because if you look at the Mississippi River, it looks like the Nile River. And some of the names along the Nile River, like Philadelphia and all that stuff like that, they're all along the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
Maybe not match up perfectly, but if you look at the Mississippi River, it's flowing down into the Gulf of Mexico. The Nile is flowing up into the Mediterranean. Okay, these are like Gulf. They're both kind of gulfs, the Mediterranean, in a sense, right? But it looks like it's flipped and mirrored. If you flip it back and put it on top, and I think a lot of things would line up or get really close.
It's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that a couple of years ago, Chapeau and I, when we were, investigating all these old maps and these areas and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's a large reason why I focus heavily on the United States and the towns and cities in the States, because I think it's a narrative buster. People have to understand, the history here is so far off the mark. It's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah. And also the American Civil War, it's so much stuff there. They went there, and why would they destroy all the fucking cities instead of just battling each other? This is
and all the pictures for the Civil War. Are you guys looking at this? Okay.
We can see it. Yeah.
All of the pictures for the Civil War are staged. Okay, granted, I know these are colorized and all this, but they're always sitting around. They got clean boots, shiny boots, right? Nice uniforms. They're just lounging. Nothing. There's no war. All these pictures, all of them, they're just staged.
I'd whispered Jack on my show or my channel a week or so ago, and he did a pretty deep dive into Civil War photography. Yeah. And he sort of concluded that he looks like they're using maybe some sort of AI generating program to create some of these portraits, or they used it. It's pretty interesting, actually. Wow. Like because he does his own AI, he punches it into his own AI program, and the pictures come out almost identical to the Civil War photos.
Yeah.
So something's up for sure.
Exactly. You never actually see any war going on. Even in the World War I pictures, you see a lot of this going on, posing, sitting around, playing cards, hanging out.
Yeah.
Even the prisoners. We showed pictures of supposed prisoners that had big smiles on their faces and stuff. It's like they didn't look like salty about it at all.
Yeah.
Definitely stage stuff. So,
narrative, right? Setting the narrative, because it's like the anchor of American history and psychology. It seems to me.
They started teaching all this geography, history, all this stuff in the public school system started coming in the late 1800s, and it was became mandatory and all this stuff as we moved into the early 1900s. By the 20s and stuff, they had most of the people in school and they were teaching them this stuff. What were they teaching people before that? Yeah. How were people learning stuff? This is why it's so many people that couldn't read and all this stuff like that. So they had plenty of time to get these narratives in and start making movies about it, and the patriotism and all this stuff going.
Sure. Multiple generations too, right?
Yeah.
You have a couple wars, you kill off a couple generations. It's not hard. It's not that much of a stretch, really.
And I will say something that will make people think, because when I thought of this, it can be, if I have the same camera that they took from 1800s, they still here, and I still have some gels that they use, and I take picture today. Is it a picture from today or a picture from 1800s? Because if people, the only thing that's different, it's what I'm going to see on the picture. But if I put people in clothing from 1800s with the backdrop with the same camera, it becomes a picture from the 1800s. There's no difference. So,
well, look what they did with the Gulf War. They faked all that stuff. Brian showed it on his show plenty of times where they're sitting there trying to fumble with their gas masks on, saying sirens are going off, and they're shooting Scud missiles over their head and stuff like that. When you can see it's all staged and fake. I don't know how we didn't see it back then, but now it's ridiculous to watch that footage.
Yeah.
So they're still doing it. They're still doing it. We don't know what's going on.
This is the one in the States there. I can't remember.
Yeah, this is in Montana. Yeah, these are Montana. Well, this could be New Mexico, but these are megalithic ruins of Montana, I think.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Oh, it's in Montana?
Completely natural. Completely natural.
Yeah, straight wall. It's just they say it's natural, but there's plenty of people that think it's not natural.
Doesn't look natural. Neither does that. The geologist's explanation on some of these things. That's why I like pants on the ground.
It took millions of years to form. walk away. Get the plaque
just
guy
take
over
some
here. Stick a
work.
plaque on it.
Yeah.
I gotta do the plaque
expert.
guy. You need him and the brick guy and the mortar guy. Who's stirring all this mortar? It's time sensitive, like cement. I mean,
That's right. That's right.
you know,
Yeah.
the Great Wall of China. Just think of that. Okay, it's all made of brick, and it goes across mountaintops. It's not level, right? Who's stirring all this mortar and carrying it all across all this stuff? It doesn't make sense. You got to make it make sense. Yeah, this is crazy, this site here. I didn't want to play the audio to it, but as you can see, natural, man-made, and possible ancient ruins in North America. And this is the Montana ruins, megalithic ruins, which I'd never seen this before. I was wondering if Shapu had ever seen it.
No.
Amazing.
But we did not cover Montana yet, so
Right. Yeah, I just thought to myself, I was like, wow, Montana's going to be pretty cool. And there's all these dugouts and all this stuff, and they don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know they got the Missouri River breaks in Montana, which I've looked at, which looks like a wall as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I got one more tab here, I think, that I had open of the World's Fairs. Oh, yeah. Okay. So the United States World's Fairs. Why did they all start in the 1800s? Okay. 1876 was the one in Philadelphia, because it was memorializing the 1776 100-year anniversary of Lucifer being loosened. But they all were in the 1800s, when I think that this was the key component to repopulating and re-educating the people on how they wanted us to perceive the world and the people in it, and where our place was, and where we're at in this timeline and how far we've come.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at this with new eyes and think of the millennial reign. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
but that's just paper mache. That's
all it is. Yeah. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Whisper Jack said that too. Even if it's made of cake frosting, it's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah,
Which
got that
was
right.
a great line, right?
And as they move forward with these World's Fair, they get less and less and less and less. Yes. And it's just like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's obvious.
It doesn't make sense. We should be building this now and less and less back then. See, they flipped it all. This is how they make sense.
They invert everything, right?
Yeah.
They invert everything. That's their motto.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
The only thing we get now is like the Ferris wheel and fucking games. That's it.
and who's building this huge bell and setting this up? I mean, this is like legit. It's not like paper mache and stuff. This bell.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's massive. Look at the people down here.
That's the Liberty Bell, the Philadelphia one?
I think it's the original one, maybe. Now they have a smaller one. The one isn't this big that they have in Philly. No.
Yeah.
But I don't know what this thing is.
They must have melted it for the wars, eh? Melted it down. Did they melt down a whole bunch of bells? Yeah. Yeah,
that's the narrative that they say for the war again. But the true reason that they took off all these bells, we don't know, but we probably have a clue because
we
of
have
the
we have an inkling. We have an inkling, yeah.
Look, this is 1936, okay? And this is them actually building a World's Fair, okay? This crap right here, this is what you get.
Get it off. Get it off. That's
Yeah. How do you like sucking Satan's banana? There it is. Okay, 1939, San Francisco. No, they busted out a World's Fair after a fire, okay? That was unbelievable. But no fire, they're all good. No earthquakes. 1939, 1940, you get this. This is it. Not much to see here.
Yeah.
And so let me see this last tab I have here. DC. I was looking at DC. So the plans for DC, all these buildings were here. They just dug them out, in my opinion. They already had the plans because they probably have the plans to all the cities. That's why you see San Francisco. It looks like you can see the pattern of the streets, but everything's level and muddy looking.
Yeah.
It's because somebody came in and put in, because they have the maps where the streets are, so you can start digging out. And that's when you see the buildings start come up, because they're digging down and getting them out, and then getting them cleaned up and establishing ground level and the narrative for it.
That sounds like a real gold rush.
Exactly.
They knew what they were digging out, right?
Yeah, they knew where the buildings are. That's why they know where the gold mines are, because they know where the melted buildings are and what they had in them.
Yep.
And if it melts down, it's going to have a vein of melted gold running through it. And every time you find gold, no matter if it's on the surface or deep down in a vein, it's melted looking. It's melted over something.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Same with copper and, silver and all this stuff. Okay, so I don't have anything else down that site. And here's Chris's channel, Old World Exploration. You got 14,000 subscribers, dude. How long have you been on here?
2 years, just about 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I had a weird explosion last summer.
Great content.
Yeah, that's great, dude. I love it. I love that you're expanding. People are coming out, and you do really good presentations. John Levi isn't for everybody. Some people don't like the way he talks or something. I know I annoy the hell out of some people, and they don't listen to me. But and then somebody like you comes along, and they would be like, "Okay, I can listen to this guy." He's very articulate. I don't care how they get to it, as long as they get to the truth.
For sure, yeah. And I love John, by the way. John, I love.
Yeah,
John's
I do too.
videos.
I do too.
Yeah. And he's getting pretty melty. He's showing.
Oh yeah, I watched that whole progression. I was there in the beginning when it was just like, "Oh, please, just say it.
Yeah.
It's melted."
How can you not? When there's the one where he finds a brick under his feet. I talked to him about that.
I remember that one.
Like that for me was a game changer. Like he's in the middle of nowhere.
And he's like, what's this brick doing here? And we're like, yeah, exactly, dude. He took it home with him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said in one of his shows recently, he's like, I still have that brick. I felt like I was there with him.
Yeah, for sure. But so do I. I felt like I was there with him too. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And the Crystal Palace here that you have right here, this is pretty amazing. You have the facility, Crystal building.
Yeah, and you're right. That's the Crystal Palace in the lower picture
Crystal
there.
Palace here. And when that thing supposedly caught fire, they said that it was like a foundry of melted glass flowing and stuff. Yeah. It's like, what was inside this thing that burnt that hot? And all, it's just like, it's.
What's funny? A funny story I found attached to that was the inventor of television. I think his name was John Logie Baird. I think he had set up shop in the Crystal Palace building as TV was in its infancy, and they were just in the early stages of getting it going. I thought it was an interesting correlation between the two.
Yeah, interesting.
That is interesting.
Interesting. And, also that they built an exact replica of the one in England.
I don't know what to make of that. Did they have two?
I don't know. Maybe.
They built an exact replica of Paris during World War I or World War II.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Look it up. I know. I know it.
A couple miles before Paris, because the German came from Germany. So between Paris and German, they made a fake Paris.
So they would bomb that instead of the real Paris, as if Germans are that dumb. Okay.
I don't know.
They built Germany.
Was it staff? Was it lath and staff, or was it made out of real brick and stone?
Let's look it up. It's been a while since I looked at it.
I've never heard that story before. That's crazy.
Just like the inflated tanks and stuff like this.
I've seen that. Yeah, that's very interesting. That would work. That would work.
Yeah.
Counterfeit Paris and other fake cities built. Hold on.
That's so weird.
Built in the name of espionage. Okay. So here we go. Let's see what we got. I don't know if this is a site that I use, but we'll see what they're talking about here. Engineers in Britain and France were redirected their efforts. More victory. Second World War, German bombing raids on England intensified. Okay. Where's the pictures and stuff for this fake Paris?
These are the inflatables. Yeah.
Inflatable stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, those are good. They're good.
Yeah.
Like early bouncy castles, but
I think they're faking a lot of things with this war.
Well, yeah, right. World War II is so important. It's an anchor point in our past, right? It's so important.
Yeah, and World War I too. Maybe it was World War I that they did it on. I don't know. I'll have to get that up, or you'll have to, guys. Will just have to.
Yeah, I'll dive into that for sure. That's interesting.
Yeah. World War. Here it is. Here, it says something about it. It says during World War II, parts of fake Paris were built to confuse the Nazis. So we'll go here, and they put up the key ones and lit it up too at night, like trains. Looks like where trains would be, and the Eiffel Tower and everything.
And did the Nazis end up bombing it? Like it looks like
Yeah,
destruction
crater of a
photos, right?
Zeppelin bomb dropped in Paris, 1917. So this is the real Paris, I guess. And they're like, oh
Zeppelin,
no,
eh?
we can't.
That's from an airship.
We're gonna have to build a
Yep.
fake Paris.
No, yeah, they drop bomb from airship for sure.
Yeah. Oh, they dropped the first bombs out of bird planes. Germans had bird planes, actual planes that look like birds. Have you ever learned that?
No.
No. So I think they were from Millennial Reign. I think they used to get around in those things. Okay, so the areas were planned for the creation of a replica building northeast, a major train hub. They replicated to the north of the city of the center east, an industrial zone with fake lights and smoke connecting all these fake neighborhoods with the rails. Dude, by the time they built this shit, the war would be over. Like, what are you guys talking about right
now? That's ridiculous.
Are you kidding me? Even if it was paper mache.
Yeah.
All right. We got
That's
fake
funny.
Smoke, lights, all this shit.
Yeah, same narrative with the Maginot lines, you know. You don't have time to dig all this trench, you know, that traversed like Germany and France. It's crazy.
Yeah, so they flew by night, seeing the city because it was really lit up, and they had to and stuff. Look at that. They're just out of stuff. That's all they were doing. World War II, the Allied forces had captured Italy. And they were flying around Vesuvius, our planes, you could see them, our planes with the stars on them, before, during, and after the eruption. So I think that they were just there to also further not just shit, but further the narrative of volcanoes by setting that thing off by throwing some in it and hiding whatever else was left in there. Because there was
what a
shit in there for sure.
coincidence that it happened during that Italian war, you know.
Okay, so I'm going to give it over to you. I know we've been on here I'm almost 2 hours into this. And it's all you, Chris.
Yeah.
Me? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I got some pictures here.
Okay. Yeah. Just show us what you got. You know, I've got a couple things also.
Okay.
So.
Here we go.
All right, there we go. You're on.
Yeah. So I just collected from my file from all across the realm. Basically, I wanted to show the difference between the buildings and then the people, right?
Yeah.
And as we go through this, we're going to jump all around the realm. This is in Texas. It's kind
this
of
is in Texas.
Yeah.
Probably the town hall or something.
Yeah, I think that's their state capital, maybe in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny to see the mode of transportation at the time, and then this building sitting in the background.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly. So many people in Texas at that time to have like a town hall this big, you know.
Yeah. There's like 300.
How many workers do you have in that building?
Yeah. They're supposed to be all out on the ranches, herding cattle.
Yeah.
That's what makes me laugh too, right? Yeah. So this is in Germany.
Yeah.
Wine. Yeah. I just like the empty streets again, right? And just the architecture just blows my mind.
Yeah, the architecture is just out of this world.
What do you think of the cathedrals? These classic ones, the really ornately decorated ones.
Oh, I've seen so many depiction of them like being some kind of electrical device, all the spires lighting up when there's no electricity anywhere. So there's something that can harness the energy from the field,
Yeah, there seems to be a specific style, like overly ornate, that I'm seeing on the European continent, mostly France, Germany, Italy, Spain, England as well. That we don't see in other places, which I think is interesting as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because they probably have been taken down, or because if you look at these top of these spires and you compare to what we use in our electric grid now, It's built like the same way. So
Yeah, here, with all the little knobbies on there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is in Wales. College. This is a college in Wales. I just think it's interesting how the shoreline matches the building.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. I mean, hold on. Let me make this big on my end. Is that the bottom of it there? Look at all
this
this.
is like the seawall right here. Is like this.
Oh
this
my
is like,
gosh.
the tide is probably low right now, but I think the water comes right up.
It looks like, I mean, see how it's massive? It looks like it's interconnected. It just goes on and on. If this melted down, you would have a little mountain range right here. It would be a mountain of melted, muffed up buildings.
One step further, yeah, that's interesting.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Australia. Adelaide, Australia. Australia is a good narrative buster too, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Skilled prison labor all day long. I mean, where did they get these guys? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. And then very wide streets too. I noticed the width is interesting. These old buildings are a specific distance apart, and then you'll see some very narrow streets as well.
Again, you're seeing nice, beautiful sidewalks establishing the ground level, but the street is just awful.
Yeah, you've got a curb here. You can see that there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's good curb work too for horse and buggy era. That's a hell of a lot of work to put.
I'm saying, if somebody had to come in, people had to come in and clean up these buildings, not just dig them out and set a ground level and put all this. And this takes a lot of time, guys. This is a whole city we're talking about here. Okay.
There's the person right there who's doing it. There's a wheelbarrow. It looks like
that's the guy
found the
person. But they also had to have people go into every building and clean them out. And then they had to go and take all the tech off. This is why I feel it took at least 10 generations.
Yeah,
okay?
absolutely.
To
I agree.
Get people to get, not necessarily the people that are going to go forth with the false narrative, the people that are going to be just raised and used to go out and clean up. You see what I'm saying?
Well, they
don't probably even get any narrative because they're probably the 6 million bones in the catacombs under France.
Yeah. They needed to get enough people so they could do the looting and the cleaning and the repurposing too, right? So it took time to get the people, to do it as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they can't send people into these buildings with all this tech left over, especially if it's for larger people too. That's why they put in smaller steps in a lot of places. The gold, everything was gold and copper. They're going to take that shit down.
Yeah, exactly, Jen.
Some looting.
Look at this.
This is.
Look at the windows. It's small.
I've been here.
Arras.
Yeah, I've been there, and this is the supposedly after. You can read that, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, invasion of the modern barbarians.
Yeah, right.
Really? Hey.
Yeah.
This looks old. Does this not look old to you? This looks like.
What did they do to this thing? Did they just
come
in
said
like a
that they
tornado or
bombed
something?
it. They say this is after the first bombardment.
But where's the bomb? Like maybe the bomb hit the back, blew out some windows, but not others. It just looks old.
Exactly.
It looks like it's got dust on it, like it's been through like some kind of natural event.
Yeah, it's got a coating on it, you're right? But then you have this just. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just it just has that look like this. The pictures I have from the black and white photos I have from China, all of their buildings and temples and stuff, they're like, oh, it's because they were left abandoned because of some war they had with some emperor or something, right? No, they got trees growing out of them and all this shit. Yeah. That's just all left over.
It looks like it needs to be cleaned off, right? And it doesn't look freshly bombed.
Yeah.
No, and you see that it's probably goes deep underground, this one, because look at the arches. And a good place to compare these buildings is in the South America, like Rio or places around there, because they're supposedly called the land of the giants. But if you see those buildings, they didn't cover them up, like raise the ground there. They're so big. The people are walking on the sidewalks, and the windows are like 10, 15 foot high windows everywhere there in those cities. Yeah.
Australia again. Yeah. The writing looks.
This architecture's everywhere, especially all over Washington, D.C., the supposed Greco-Roman stuff.
Yeah. on the writing, this doesn't even look centered. This looks terrible again. I'm really starting to notice the afterthought that with a lot of the writings on these buildings.
And look at the street. Nice sidewalks, crappy street. Again, it's like so you have to understand, guys, if they're building this and it's raining and they have rain and bad weather and all this stuff, you can't build in that. You can't haul around columns and all this stuff like that with your carts sinking into the mud and everything. I mean, and then it's just none of it makes sense to me. And this wrought iron here on these porches all have the functionality just like the wrought iron stuff you see on the roofs as well.
Yeah.
This was all self-illuminating in some way, in my opinion.
Yeah, New Orleans has a lot of that, doesn't it?
Yep, they sure do. They sure do. New Orleans was there. It's always been there, just like this place. It's probably the same age as this place.
Yeah, kind of an interesting city.
Which also, this whole thing with the narratives and the timeline puts, of course, carbon dating in question, but even more so that we know they're because carbon dating, what they feed into it is our dates to project out what they think the time frame is that whatever this is, whatever you're looking up in the carbon dating. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a feedback. It's like self. I don't know the term, but they're trying to pat themselves on the back basically with the way that they do it.
Yeah, the carbon dating is like it's their numbers. You know what I mean? They put them in, just like with the other thing we saw on TV.
Yeah. That the building that you just showed in Melbourne it's incredible. Yeah.
Look at that thing. Yeah, that is insane. That looks like a whole city block kind of building.
It is, yeah. It's ridiculous.
Sydney.
This was one of the ones.
Yeah, Sydney.
Yeah, Sydney. That's right. This was one of the ones that really got me down the rabbit hole for sure. Yeah. Especially because you see the transportation down here, right? Because
it's like it makes no sense at all. It does nothing.
No.
This is not.
I just couldn't picture anybody building this in a time where this is how they get around, and they probably live in a shack, single room shack type of structure. It's amazing. So, that's old world splendor right there.
Sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These domes were probably covered with gold and copper and all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the buildings I had heard, like in Germany, had facades of gold on them. There was like a rows of amazing buildings that had gold on them on their front facades.
Yeah, we see it on the interiors still. A lot of the interiors.
Yeah, the palace.
I'm sure a lot of them are looted too. Yeah. I find it interesting.
If this was a millennial reign, they didn't need bathrooms. They were at another spiritual level, physically and spiritually, because it was at that time, I think, heaven on earth to a certain extent, but not like it was like you could still have the earthly experience here and your free will and everything. But you had connection to that heavenly realm through spirit. We're disconnected in the short season. We don't have that connection. We have to have faith, and a lot of people don't have faith.
Yeah, we fell to a lowered vibrational, existence at some level.
Yeah, and they're doing everything they can to keep us here at this. Yeah,
this is Bolivia. I like the rail car narrative was everywhere. It doesn't matter where you look.
Yeah, exactly.
Cochabamba, Bolivia. But infrastructure.
The tram narrative is so funny, yeah. When you look at it, you can know the older one. They have like electric cart, and then like horses pulling electric carts on this track. There's something so wrong.
I've got a bunch of those. The horse pulled.
Yeah.
There's the curb work too, and like these pictures are probably from the 30s, maybe. In this is the same Bolivia, but I think they were late getting a lot of places reset, too. Right? It was sort of wasn't all at the same time across the realm.
Yeah.
They used these wars. The Spanish Civil War, and all these different wars. It doesn't matter where you go, right? They use them as excuses to reset the population. This is my background.
Is this the one in India this here that you're showing?
Yeah, it's Bombay India train station.
This is their post office or train station or something.
Maybe both. I'm not sure. But
I was like, when I first saw this, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? I mean, it is so hysterical, these narratives. Yeah. I mean, a whole town could live in this building, okay?
Yeah, but they couldn't build it. I'll tell you that much. Like, you got a horse-drawn streetcar right here, right? So, and this is like, what are they going to tell us? The Victorian British put this thing up in the 1880s or something stupid. Yeah. Like, I don't even want to look it up because I don't care.
Wow! And then see all the little nodules sticking off the dome. See all the little nodules? All that stuff lit up. All of it got lit.
Yeah.
It lit up for sure. In my opinion, I don't have proof, but I think that's what they're for.
Oh,
Yeah, Jen. Yeah, we've seen like a depiction of these cathedral because Chris just asked me what I thought about that cathedral, and we've seen like other depiction of these that they were lit up. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
the nodes, I call them, maybe little nodes on them. Yeah.
yeah.
Energy. They probably store so much energy they glow. Maybe potentially.
Yeah, they had something. You know.
Well, I think that what it was they had gold covering those noodles. I think it was like some type of thing that covered it, and then it illuminated from the energy coming down from the dome. See the structure and everything, or the conical roof that it's coming down off of.
Yeah.
And what we do today is a pale comparison. We put up our string lights and line this stuff and make it look nice. But they had it built into their arc high-tech chur. And chur means bright. If you look up chur, because I broke down the word architecture. Arc, okay, that's electricity. High-tech. This shit's high-tech. And then chur means bright. And these were brightly lit, self-illuminating, self-sustaining buildings on a free energy grid system that was set up during possibly the millennial reign. And also possibly in the very beginning of the creation of this plane may have been also the way it is created, that it is set up like a free energy system. And there could be actually brick at the base as a substructure under our plane could possibly be brick. Because it's a supercapacitor. It stores energy. And that's what this whole thing is doing, is creating energy.
The base material for everything. Right?
Yeah. Everywhere you dig down, everywhere's brick. Everything's made of brick. You find bricks out in the middle of nowhere.
This one's in Argentina. That's their
they're sanitizing like the old.
You can see it, right? Like, we're to expect they built this.
No way.
This is the people of the time here?
Yeah.
These are the cleanup crew. This is what you're seeing right here. These are the people that come in, take the shit down, clean it up, put in the sidewalks.
That's right. Cleanup crew. 100%.
Lay those car rails down so people can get around this big city.
Yep. I agree. Yeah. Buenos Aires. I have a bunch from. This is an amazing city, really. This is an amazing old world city in Argentina. So ornate. You can see all the balconies. It's just amazing city. Same city.
Look at this. This is what
happens. A little muddy. Yeah. We're taking some bricks up here. It looks like you can see the bricks in the foreground here.
None of this is good.
That looks awful to walk through.
And
that
also,
area.
I want to point out too is that these people who live in these conditions, right? Like these other multiple cities that we've shown, and there's many, many more, that they have to go in and out of these buildings with all this mud.
It's everywhere.
Crazy. You're tracking it in, you're tracking it out. It's on your shoes, it's on your dress.
We know that this stuff is sticky. It's stacked up under your feet like crazy.
No bueno.
Awful.
But you can build amazing architecture, so there's that.
Like we said, going backwards, right? Going backwards.
Yeah, Jen, you were right with this because these buildings are so nice, and in the interior it's like marble and stuff, and you go and walk on with that mud. Just by walking, doing on construction sites, just going into a house, just walking from my car to the house, it's full of mud.
This is incredible. Whatever these buildings are, where are we at here? What's this town?
We're still in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Okay, it's utterly amazing, first off, okay?
I know.
But when you look at how we build today, if they're going to build a development, if they're going to build a shopping mall, if they're going to build an apartment complex or a hotel, they put the roads in first. They level it all with their excavators and shit and bring in, different layers to put down and grade it out. And then they put a freaking road in before they start building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
not these people. No, they defy all laws of physics.
and they make everything 5-6 stories. Like you got horse and buggy era, and then these 5-6 story buildings at least. With domes and stuff. It's just unbelievable.
Isn't it amazing how this truth all came out, flat earth, and then like the mud flood and even the ancient trees and sleeping giants and stuff. They knew that we were going to figure this shit out. So they tried to steer us in different ways with the narratives and stuff and keep us stuck over there and fighting amongst each other. Oh, it's a sleeping giant. No, it's a fucking melted building, whatever.
Yeah.
Either way, it's not what they're telling us. So I don't care if you think it's a sleeping giant. At least it's not what they're telling us and you realize it. So there's that.
Exactly. We can start there, right?
That's the common ground for me.
Yeah, totally.
Look at this place.
We're still in Buenos Aires. Yeah.
Wow.
Buenos Aires is ridiculous. Yeah. I'll move through a little bit more here. This, I think we're in Poland, Warsaw, maybe. This one.
Wow.
This is a funny narrative on this one. It's like 15 years or 25 years it stood, and then World War One it was gone, or something stupid, you know.
Yeah, they
like,
always say these are temples, or you gotta worship in them, and that's what they were built for. Nobody lives in them.
Yeah.
But I think it's like a really fancy component on their grid system.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And they hijacked a lot of the energetics of that system with religion, you know, certain religion.
Well, they're still saying
ritual.
the pyramids are tombs.
Yeah, yeah. I think ritual is a big one. This is, you can see it going on here. We've been stuck in their ritual with like repetitive, you know, like church and state, church and state, and the ritual behind it. I don't know, because I think it's some sort of royalty, possibly.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I don't know for sure. It's probably the setting of the narrative. 1901. This is in Santiago, Chile.
Yeah.
South America. We got a lot of South America going on here.
Yeah, royalty are tied to guards and feudal system, you know, because they always have armies and all this because they need it for some reason, you know.
Yeah, but I think they were using ritual as a part of the spell to keep us in our subconscious state. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and the people buy it. They see the military doing it. The military are being commanded by higher ups. You know, these people are in authority. They would not lie to us. You know, praising the patriotism of their country and stuff. Their civic duty to their their country and whatnot.
I think so many people are existing on a subconscious level too. They're not conscious. They're just following orders, right? Just following orders is not.
Yeah, they're living below the veil of consciousness, where we are. I'm not bragging, guys. I'm just saying, with all this truth and how we've, you know, put this together and it's coming to us and we can see it, we're above the veil of consciousness at this point. Yeah. That's why we have things happen to us. Like, I'll be thinking something and Shapul will text me the same thing. And I'm like, dude, I was just thinking that. Yeah, we gotta look at that or something. Or I'll be thinking about something and put something together and somebody just made a video on it. And it's like the same thing I was thinking. It's because we're all in line with truth. And when you reach that level, you're in line with it. It flows to you. It flows, and we all have converged on the same path of truth, haven't we? Exactly. We all have. Me, you, Stealing Fan Man, Chris, John Levi, Levi, Freya, Cheryl, Leanne, all these people, Deborah, the Red Brick Chick, the Eagle Eye Crew. We didn't wound up here by accident.
No. and all we really want is for everyone to join us on this conscious journey. It's not an elite club. There's no ritual to get into this club.
Exactly, Chris.
Just open your eyes and open your heart to what we're saying. Yeah.
Can you come back like 4 pictures, like the first one there, right? This one. You can see what are they doing and why is this tram already there when the track are not even done? You know,
it's strange. I feel like there's some misdirection going on with some of this too. It's hard to you know, because this is there's motor cars back here, so this has to be at a time when these things are going by.
Yeah, this picture is so bizarre.
I got it in a few locations here too in this file.
Wow,
this is one of my favorites. This is one of the old asylum, Columbus Asylum, classic picture. Yeah. What are these guys doing, eh?
Watching on the crazies, you know. Holy shit.
Okay, so what is this? This looks like an asylum or something.
Yeah, it's Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, see? Now look, guys, if you came upon this massive building and you have to come up with a narrative for it, I mean, first off, the insane asylum's a ridiculous narrative. But if you say it enough and everything and you teach it enough, it'll become the narrative and they'll buy it either way, because look at what we've bought so far all of our lives. These are massive buildings. When you look at them from above, I mean, they just go on forever.
Yeah. And they're huge. It's ridiculous. Like, the 4 or 5 stories too. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories here.
Yeah.
5 stories there. Like, why do you need so much real estate? Because you got to reset the population, I guess. Right.
But see how massive these buildings are, and across the plain, you know, even in France and all these, the buildings go on and on. Even if they're only 3, 4 stories high, they go on forever, and they seem to interconnect even.
Yeah,
people have to go in and clean these things out, take off tech and everything. That is going to take years, generations. This is why I'm thinking that definitely between the end of the millennial reign and 1776, when there was enough people for him to go forth and deceiveth the nations, because that's what he does. That's why he was loosened.
Yeah.
You know, you had this agenda happening. who was leading the whole thing, and who was being instructed and directed to do these things. I don't know those parts. I don't know if they were doing ritual after the millennial reign and people went back to the paganistic ways and stuff and started to summon and all this stuff and got direction to go and do this stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody was telling them what to do. Somebody had aerial views of these locations. They had zeppelins or some kind of dirigibles or flying machines like bird planes put away that survived the event to come back out and scout out areas.
Yeah, we talked about the like ritual, and like I think, and I haven't looked too deeply into it, but I have this suspicion that the Kabbalistic element of our reality, they're like holding together this illusion somehow through Kabbalistic ritual. I don't know enough about it, but I think there's something there. And
you're right, because television, they're broadcasting that spell. That's why they got television. First thing they did with the radio, they scared the fuck out of people. They said the War of the Worlds. The War of the Worlds, the first thing. The first thing they did with the TV? They did what did they do with the TV? One of them. I forget what it was. Something they had on the TV that freaked people out.
I know they went big on the Cowboys and Indians on early days of TV too, right?
Yeah, they had to give us that narrative, the Wild West and how they settled it and all this stuff like that. Yep. And also how they showed like there was nothing out there and they had to build these stick houses and stuff.
Yeah, like so our false impression of history is not buildings like this. This is in Hong Kong, but it's like a single story. 4 walls and a gable roof for a single.
Yeah, and like a wooden sidewalk thing that they had.
A Wild West, right? I like this one. See if you guys can see this. This is in Budapest, Hungary, ridiculous city. And I'm not sure if this is, and probably is, a statue, but if I zoom in on the steps here.
What's that?
You see that? No, I don't know if that's a part of the like railing here or if there's some creature going up the stairs and it was caught on camera.
Yeah, like Golem.
Looking back, right?
Yeah. And the back is statue head right there, the keystone head down at the arch below. That's
here.
That's Bacchus. Again, this is a definitely looks like a World Fair building, but it's in, where is it again?
Budapest, Hungary.
Budapest. Okay, so we got a World's Fair building in Budapest. Okay, and it is Baroque because this is the style of it. And when I found out that they're calling this stuff Baroque, I instantly knew that it was Baroque. It don't work anymore. This on the grid system. That's why they call it Baroque. Look at the tech up there. Scroll up. This dome was probably gold. It looks like they might have dismantled some of the stuff, but man, that's interesting looking,
isn't it? Yeah, very. Wow. You're right. Very World's Fair looking. Very World's Fair looking.
Yeah, probably lit up, all the lines, everything.
Yeah.
It's an amazing city. This is Budapest again. So much of this.
Budapest, it's crazy. It probably was like one main place in the old world because it's amazing.
One of the hubs, right? One of the
hubs.
There's so many though, like a hub city of the world. Yeah,
exactly.
Like their old rail station, and of course these are rail cars with no electricity attached to them.
Yeah, I noticed that in some of these pictures, and they tried to say, "Oh, it was underground. It was underground." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?
That's even
more difficult."
Exactly.
I know, right?
Look at the windows at the bottom here. It's a mud flutter. You can see it goes down more.
Oh yeah, for sure. As we get in.
When we were in Seattle, Washington, the place that we were at, they were renovating one of the storefronts, and we talked to the guy in there who was renovating it. And I said, "How far does this go down?" And he said, 2.5 stories down. And I'm like, "That you know of."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you can do tours of the Seattle Underground, I think, right?
Yeah.
Look at that. Same place, like the horse and buggy. I just love the contradiction.
The contradiction, yeah. And look at the sailing ships that they had. The sailing ships at the time between the 1800s, 1700s don't match the architecture either, and the technology that they had on these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is officially technically a train station. Why do you need so much vertical space for a train station? They'll say the steam, I guess, but I mean, could they also have been using it for storage of air travel as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it just keeps going and going, this place.
I'll give you a few more. This is in India again.
Wow.
It just makes me laugh because again, look at the rail cars too in India. They're everywhere. So that narrative is such bullshit. Like it started in England, and then a gentleman in the USA did it at the same time, and all of a sudden, a couple cities across the world did it too. These things were everywhere.
Yeah.
Have you
We had
ever
it here, and we didn't, like in the 1800s, and the population here was almost nothing, and we had like trams
Railcars?
everywhere. You know?
Have you ever looked into the lock systems in England and France?
Are you talking
The
to me or?
the river lock systems that they
Yeah,
make?
well, I'm aware of them in the North America. I haven't really looked into them.
Oh,
too
wow.
much
You
in
should see the ones in Europe, man.
I believe it.
Unbelievable.
That's worth a deep dive
That's a
on
whole
its own.
show. That's a whole another show.
Totally. India, they're carrying stuff on their head, and they're what is it? Shadows of the past here, right?
All muffed up.
Yeah, totally.
And
Here's some of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
Bologna.
Oh, leaning
Bologna
obelisk. I
is
like
crazy,
it.
Yeah. Have you seen, like, John Levi did a few videos on Bologna a couple of years ago, where he showed a lot of the towers.
Yeah.
And I think this is a drawing, but apparently they were all over the place in Bologna.
They were all over. There's only like 13 of them left now, I think.
You can see them taking some down here. This is again, look at even the soil too. Is it soil?
Yeah,
it's hard to tell.
It's
grainy, but it
looks all brick there, though. I mean,
seeing the same thing, right? As we always see.
And you know the narrative for these towers. They say
no.
Okay, no. They say in Bologna, they had so many rich families. They competed against each other, so they built all their towers and to have like the tallest one. That's
so they were chasing each other to the sky.
Yeah, but they are so many. How many families were there? And only Bologna. So it's crazy.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah,
it's absurd, right?
It took a village.
Yeah. Bologna, amazing too. Like, this is still Bologna. You can see. I love this. All of this infrastructure here. Down below here, it's all just like rooted into the earth. Right? It's not sitting upon the earth, and that's that's an indication of that grid system, the realm grid system. I think that's how it doesn't feel like something was built upon there, like it's a part of it almost permanently.
The ley lines on the flat plane take the flower of life pattern.
Oh, interesting. That makes sense. Genoa. You can see the destruction here on the right. Right. And it's looking old. Again, we got the horse and buggy, streetcars. I was going to say, maybe they're trying to say it's post-World War. Maybe it's post-World War I. I don't know what they're trying to say with it, but I think reset narratives at play here in Genoa. I'll show you some more. Yeah. More Genoa.
Oh, wow. You can see this goes down a lot further. This is just the top of the building, guys.
Yeah. Feels stumpy, right?
Yeah.
Feels stumpy. And then you have the
road. World's Fair looking.
They're filling the roads and with this
establishing ground level.
With these crushed stone, but would I say these crush old buildings because they probably crushed the remains that were somewhere.
Yes. People ask, what did they do with the remains of the buildings they destroyed? They use it as fill.
Exactly.
Yeah, interesting. What I find interesting too is we're looking all over the realm here, and we're seeing same visuals, all very similar visuals with that. Again, that reset narrative going on, right? And almost people that don't really have no connection with the past. Right. On to Milan now. Let's see.
And what's amazing too is that all these buildings, for the most part, are still here.
Yep.
Still being used because they're built to last a very long time. What we build today in the short season of Satan is temporary because it's a short season. We don't build like this for the, like millennial reign.
Yeah, totally. And this is being dug out for sure. These are old. This is old, right? This is old.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And I don't know if they'll say that this is being put in, but to me it looks like it's all being.
Well, the track right there goes under this whatever the street is at the bottom of your screen. Scroll.
Yeah, it's a brick.
Keep going right there.
Yeah.
Where's that track going?
Here.
Yeah, and that other one. The far. Yeah, that one. Oh, the one right there. Yeah.
Yeah, this
goes under the ground, under the.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's interesting, and I saw a lot of these. Here's some more, still in Milan.
Again,
No,
these
I wonder.
construction sites of them working, they're
Yeah,
not even in work clothes, okay? They're in suits and vests and stuff. It looks like it's not organized. There's no standard to anything that they're doing. Who's leading this pack here, you know?
totally. Well, the same crew built that building the year before, right? Now they're out of the roads.
Yeah.
Right?
This is it. This is
There's a
it.
disconnection. It's a disconnection
Yeah.
there between what we're seeing. Yeah.
Wow.
The old horse-drawn rail cars again, right? Yeah. Reset people. They always had the hats too, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone had the hats. Hiding from the sun.
Yeah, once you get into the 1800s, the wardrobe, the apparel changes drastically from the fanciful paintings and pictures and depictions and manuscripts that we get of, you know, their elaborate, ornate clothing and stuff that they supposedly wore while they were building these buildings.
Yeah, right. And formal wear, formal
So
attire.
once you get into the reset people who are going to, you know, carry on these narratives and stuff, everybody's wearing the same kind of clothes, the same kind of hats. You know, it's all.
Yeah, across the realm.
common.
Doesn't matter if we're in Italy or South America or United.
Mm-hmm.
It's a uniformity, right?
Yeah.
And the language barrier is almost like it's that Babel story. It seems they've done that to divide us. You know, language seems to have divided us, but the same thing was going on, no matter where you looked, right? And we didn't know because we didn't know how to communicate with each other, right?
Yeah, they put the fashion as a uniformity everywhere. You know, they still do it today, but I guess someone made it happen during that time.
Yeah, no, it's like, well, we know that too. The old story with the Rothschild banking and how they took over 5 different countries. I always thought, like, how did they do that? They're all different language countries, but you know, you spread out your tentacles, you know, just like the Romanovs would have done too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like this is in the Philippines.
What?
Built in 1879, 1880.
Yeah.
No, it's the World's Fair. This is the Chicago World's Fair. I'm just kidding. No. It's very similar, isn't it? It's funny.
Look at our growth here. What is all this?
Here, this is.
Yeah.
What is all this?
Yeah, good point.
This looks like it's been here for a while and stuff.
Oh,
This is a World's Fair.
There's some straight lines in here for sure.
Yeah, it's like an aqueduct or something.
Yeah, no, this is the cathedral in the Philippines, but it's interesting. I think they destroyed a lot of Philippines. This is the Philippines again, Manila, Philippines.
Yeah, everywhere they had wars. It's crazy. Yeah.
I wonder what they'll say about this. If they say that I don't know, was the British that were in there? It's just the colonial narrative is used as cover to explain away the architecture.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's always the same. All the architecture. Even when you look at China and their cities, they have all this same stuff, same architecture.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And I think
they say pagodas are for their gods or who they worship or whatever like that. That, you know, they look like they could be like, I mean, somebody said, well, it's a high-rise apartment. Look at all the windows. No, it was an energy collector or a distributor of energy, like an amplifier. That's what pagodas are. It's pagoda power.
I wonder how much was destroyed in China too. I think a lot about.
That's why it was a closed country for so long. Yeah.
Well, because it was cut off, and Russia as well, the Soviet bloc. They divided us they literally divided this place, and then they destroyed what they could, I think, before they opened it back up.
Didn't we hear something about China? Like it took one guy finally wrote down the whole history of China. Remember, Shifu?
Oh yeah, but it's all made up. The story after the
Han Dynasty,
the Qin Dynasty, all this
when
stuff.
the British Empire took over, they changed everything.
Yes, Opium Wars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this whole thing is a building. It's not built on no island, guys. This whole thing is a building.
I've been there.
Nice.
It's an amazing place. Eh? And this was way before. This is 20 years ago. I went there, and I remember walking through the main cathedral part, and what blew my mind was how level the floor was. Like it was perfect. Like it was like a sheet of glass, perfect, but it was stone.
Wow.
And I just thought to myself, even at that time, like, how did they do this 1,000 years ago?
Yeah.
And what they only built when the tide was out?
You can see all sorts of melt evidence all the way around the island.
You know, and then you factor in like the seasons and wintertime if they have one here in this location. I don't know. It's just like none of it makes sense.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Oh, here's one. You'll like this one. This is in Dunedin, New Zealand.
Yeah.
You guys probably familiar with this one for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they left a nice little blob of mud right there.
It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, just like, and then under there too, and
Yeah, they
Yeah,
wouldn't build
the
around that.
building
That
goes
flows in
behind
there.
it.
Yeah,
had to get in and finish that, right?
makes sense.
Yeah, it's a good one, though. Yeah,
Yeah.
New Zealand.
Oh boy.
I'll do a couple more here.
Gosh,
Oh,
look at
the
that
Paris,
from
right?
there.
moving, yeah, the moving sidewalk.
Look
Yeah.
at that building. That is just heavenly. I
It
mean,
is.
it's gorgeous. It's like, wow.
My thought is, how do you even design something?
How do you
like
even
that?
think of
How do
exactly?
exactly. We don't have the capacity to even come up with that. I don't
Yeah,
think.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's just next level, like beyond next level.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah, you're connected to something to create this. It's crazy.
Yeah. Peru, Lima, Peru, right?
Oh, this
Yeah.
is Lima. Lima is very interesting, especially when you look at it
Lima.
now.
Yeah. It's South America is kind of mind blowing, actually. Like it's.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
It's got some crazy ruins that people don't even talk about it there.
They just say Spanish colonial. They just
Look at
brush it
this.
all.
Again, it looks all muffed up and haphazard. Is this in some organization here? There's nothing.
This is in
Who's-
Poland, I think. Yeah, look at you. And then the roads too. Like that's heat damaged, I think. Look how
Yeah, that's
chaotic.
definitely
Oh, yeah.
damaged for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to fix stuff up or something.
They're working for the reset. This is going to turn into probably a
Look,
cathedral.
those guys on the ladders there, Shapu, that reminds me of that drawing you showed of the guys on the ladders going up to bring the shit down.
To this,
Take it all down.
yeah.
This
Yeah.
person's turned around looking at us, I think.
Yeah.
And maybe
does
it
look
might even
that
that might be a skirt.
It looks
or
like a
dress.
skirt. I'm just saying, yeah.
You better hold on tight there, lady.
What's happening
Because that looks
there?
like a long ways
It's a
up.
shim.
Yeah,
Something shimmy's going on there.
yeah. There's a little ladder there. You know, old and dirty.
Oh
looking.
yeah.
Yeah. Ancient.
See all these little balls on top here? I bet these all lit up.
Yeah. And these
Tech on top up there too, yeah.
got an S up there. Interesting. This is sort of indicative of that area too. The Czech, German, Polish. You see a lot of this style of roofs.
Yeah.
Right.
What I
Again, they
think.
wanted to tell us it's all Tartarian because we're starting to pick up that these buildings are all similar and they're everywhere. How is that possible? So they tell us, oh, well, they don't tell us, but you know, the narrative goes out into the ether, if you will, that these are Tartarian. It's all Tartarian.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, no. Yeah. I mean, I'm not denying Tartaria, but
That's
nothing
how
no credit for all this, neither.
isn't that how Joe Rogan says it? Tartaria. His
Oh,
dude
yeah,
voice,
people
right?
like him is talking
Like
about
I'm
it
not
now.
going there. Yeah.
Taria.
I call him. What do I call him? Awake light, Joe Rogan. It's like,
He's a narrative
People that
steerer.
still wanna fall into his- and then-
He's there to steer people certain ways.
big platform though. Big.
Yeah, it
platform.
Oh yeah.
This is in Russia. Look how muddy these streets are too.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It's gross.
It's just ridiculous. That
Pop
means
out.
every store you go into, you're going to have to like clean off your shoes. You're going to have to constantly be cleaning out their stores and buildings and rooms and all this stuff. I mean,
Totally. Yeah.
is water
That's it.
coming into these places? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. It's often overlooked. Still in Russia, they're doing the same thing here. Hey?
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. And look at
Wow.
this building back here. Irkutsk. Oh no, Kazan. This is Kazan, Russia.
Wow, it's so ornate.
I know. It's ridiculous. Probably the 30s, maybe. You can see an automobile back there.
Yeah.
But they're
Yeah,
erasing
yeah,
the past.
Yeah, exactly. In places where they shouldn't be many people today, as if you look at today, it's like this desolate and
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that whole population boom that they tell us about the way things have gone over the last 200 years,
Yeah.
I think it's total bullshit. I think
but as
fading.
we're gonna show, I think they deported many people to other places around the world. That's how they keep the narrative down on the down low, you know, because while moving a lot of people, they have to learn like a new story of the
That's
new
probably
place.
what the Odd Fellows were doing on those arcs with those kids and stuff. And as they were shipping them around, they were getting them all, you know, propered up and stuff the way they want them and getting them a base narrative that they could build off of wherever they get to. You see what I'm saying?
Just like we do with the schooling system. I'm sure it works
exactly.
the same way,
And then
right?
they start the public school systems in like, you know, the early 1800s. And then it really became like a big thing in the early 1900s, the public school system and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They sort of cemented it. They tried it early on, and then they got the narrative, the ball rolling on it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then they knew they were able to steer. It took them a couple generations, I think, to solidify it. But
Yeah. Come back one. Yeah, you can see this pillar with the ships on.
Yeah, they had that in the World's Fair.
Yeah, this is what it tells me, because why would you put like pillars on a ship on pillars and things like that? But unless they are used for ships, but not sea ships.
Well,
but
we've seen ships with towers on it like this too, Shippo. Some of the ships that we had shown, remember, had these type of towers on them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting. You know what's funny too? With a lot of the World's Fairs, the only building that seems to survive in many cases is the Palace of Fine Arts, or Fine Arts building.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's Chicago, San Francisco, St. Louis, I think Berlin maybe as well. There's quite a few that for some reason held on. I think there's something to that. For some reason, they're just holding on to what they're calling the Palace of Fine Arts. So I'm going to look into that a little
Definitely.
deeper.
Wow, look at this. Where's this at?
St. Petersburg in Russia.
God, that's all man-made. All of it is, I mean...
Massive too, like massive block work. Is this a Sphinx? That's weird.
Yeah, it does look
yeah.
That is Egyptian for sure.
Strange. Interesting city, this one. It's built on a swamp, they say. Peter the Great, right?
Of course. Because that's where you want to build your city. When you have nothing, no electricity, build it on a swamp.
What a garbage narrative, right? Yeah. And then you're going to build this kind of stuff, right?
And who's making all the glass for these buildings?
Yeah.
There's a lot of freaking glass. I'm just saying.
The curved glass up top. Yeah.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. It's an amazing... This is an interesting one, too. You can see these guys are penciled in.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, they do this
face.
technique that they use when the pictures is faded. When in the developing process, sometimes if you let it like too long and some fade away, and they have to do it with
Enhance it. Yeah.
ink.
Interesting.
Yeah. I had to do it myself in darkroom, because when you develop, sometimes you got like they call it like dusting, like that white dots on your black and white pictures. You need to put ink to like hide all of these things, and you can also pencil in.
Yeah. Interesting.
Wow. Look, these are the monarchs. These are the people that have the right to rule. Let's see what these guys got on them for symbols and stuff.
Yeah, I think there you have like the Russian
like
guy, the Bulgarian king. You got
8-pointed
like,
star, maybe here. 8-pointed star.
Yeah.
Was that Stalin? No.
Yeah. Stalin's in the back.
Is that him there?
Not even. Yeah.
So look at this carriage too, eh?
The carriage is insane. It looks like they stole it from the Millennial Reign.
Totally. They didn't make that.
No.
Look at this guy. He's
My God.
He's
gonna get mud all over him. He's wearing white.
Yeah.
Never got dirt on it.
Bad call. White was a bad
dry
call.
cleaners. They could have washing machines back then.
Yeah. Old Russia. So much of it must have been destroyed.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there's a good one for you too. 1859.
See?
91, 1891.
300
The
years.
INBETWEENERS.
Yeah. They're showing us on their postcard, right? Just like they did. Yeah, that's interesting.
Wow, look at that. Definitely goes underground.
Yeah.
Italy's insane. Like Rome. Everywhere they dig in Rome, they just keeps going down and down and down.
Yeah. I know. It's
again, look at these guys with dressed. They don't even have work clothes, guys. Okay, they have hats on, nice coats, suit jackets. I mean, none
it's
of
the
that
people, right? They force the people to grab a shovel and a pick. This is Slovenia. Yeah.
No way.
I don't know how to say the name of the city. Ljubljana.
Is that snow on those buildings, or those the roofs down there? I can't tell.
I think it's snow. I think you're right. Yeah, it looks like
cold.
Oh, that's weird.
Back there?
Yeah, that's snow. Yeah.
It's snow. It's usually hard to do this
The
kind of
guy's on his bicycle and they're digging like
right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be hard if it was still snow and then it'd be frozen too, right? So.
Yeah, you would think.
Oh, I got a couple South Africa. Because South Africa is also one of those right in that same category as Australia. Right. Crazy buildings in South Africa. Here's the transportation. Here's the architecture.
Wow.
Right. Do I have
Just
more?
crazy.
Nice.
Look at this.
I'm moving around here. Now we're in Spain, Bilbao.
Yeah.
Again, it looks like a man-made canal system there.
Oh, for sure.
Well,
For sure.
yeah.
Right. This is the edge right here. This railing here.
Mhm.
And you can stairs going down right there. Yeah. And lots of kids too. Lots of kids here.
Yeah.
Orphans, no doubt.
Probably, yeah.
I'll give you a couple more here.
Yeah, they founded the buildings. They found the foundlings.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
They found the foundlings in the founded buildings.
And then they put them in the foundries to work steel.
Oh my gosh.
Look, horse and buggy streetcar.
Oh yeah.
Architecture back here. Like it's the total reset narrative. That's it starts.
And again, when you do see any kind of things being built, it's always already built, or just the top half of it still needs to be built, but most of it's all finished already.
Yeah, exactly. This is in Spain again, Bilbao. Yeah.
Huh.
They're up to something sewer, maybe. I don't know. But they again don't look like these guys. Definitely don't like workers. These guys maybe getting their hands dirty, and these guys, but
Yeah.
these are the bosses here.
Yeah. How many rocks can you put in that hay basket? You know.
Yeah,
Oh
that's a
my
good
God.
point.
Oh man,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous.
They're not efficient, right? Like as far as all that goes.
Wow.
I like the blend. A lot of places in France have a nice blend of melt and an intact architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go back one.
Oh, it's Spain still.
That
Sorry.
that cathedral window up there doesn't look like it has any glass in it. Like it looked like was something we would see inside with glass. You know, like with a, I don't know if the roof's blown off of this thing or what, but it's interesting.
Yeah, it
the
looks
story,
like
yeah. The story of
Sometimes.
stained glass is it's an interesting one also.
What do you know
Yeah,
about that?
because you know what, they use the stained glass to tell stories. They put in like scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not as old as we think. You know, not as old as these buildings. That's the problem.
Do you think they switched out a lot of this or inserted a lot of the stained glass?
Inserted, yeah, probably.
Yeah. Interesting. Again, right? Seeing the same look. Doesn't matter where we look. This is in Spain still. Yeah. Clueless. There's a sort of not a clueless. It's not. I don't want to be rude to the people of the past, but like a disorientation. It almost
Yeah,
feels like.
yeah. They look in all these pictures. They look out of place. You know, they.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Just look at this. How small they are. Look in this one. You know.
Kids probably. Yeah. Those are just silhouettes. Right. Probably the same process happened there.
Oh yeah.
And look at the door. Look at the size of the door.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Boom. And then work your way up, and you got all these figures. Of course,
yeah.
You're going to give authority to church and state. Of course, they're saying they're responsible for having built these. There's no way you can compete with that as the common man.
Yeah.
So of course you're going to bend the knee. It does. Yeah, you'd have to be crazy not to.
Look at this. It's just amazing.
It's the cathedral in Murcia, Spain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still Spain again. Look at that tight street.
Yeah.
Tight street,
What's
Yeah, interesting. The mode of transportation, right? You can sort of have a romantic vision of taking the streetcar to the center of the city, to the farmers market or the central market, and taking in some music and culture. Much better for culture.
Yes.
Yeah. Zaragoza.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Zaragoza. It's amazing.
Look at the brickwork here. Eh?
It's amazing. It's all brick, all of it. It probably had an outer facade over it too, even like to make it more smooth looking and everything. But the brickwork is impeccable.
It's frivolous the way that's put together. To these little holes and
And terracotta roof. Terracotta means cooked earth.
Ah, nice. Switzerland, showing the same things. Doesn't matter where you go.
No, it's same thing everywhere.
Switzerland. Yeah. What else?
They're putting in the rail system there.
I think they're taking it out again. I don't know. They'll probably tell us they're putting it in. I don't honestly not sure.
Huh.
I don't know the timeline on this postcard photograph, but it's the same scenes, right? We're seeing the same scenes all over the place.
Yeah, people standing around and shit already there. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, like a loss. There's a loss aspect to there. I don't know. Even I know it's a still photograph, but you get some sort of sense of them being lost or stunned.
There never even seems to be enough people to do these types of work. Like even the ones where we just saw the people, you know, doing the street in Spain or wherever that was.
Yeah.
It looks like they don't have enough people. It's too big of a project, but they're making the best of it, you know, and it's always like either disheveled or it's like it's there, but you don't know if they're digging in or putting it or bringing it in or pulling it out. And there's no organization.
No, that's what I mean. It just seems so piecemeal, right?
You would have to completely level that out and all that stuff to even build a building like this. And here it's on a slant. Okay, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. World War II, they destroyed this one in Malta.
Oh, of course they did. Wow, that is just beautiful.
Yeah. Bombed it to smithereens.
Unbelievable.
And then New Zealand.
You know what? That's the only way they could get rid of these buildings. I don't think they could demolish them. It's just too much for their little horse and wagon to accomplish.
Yeah, totally. Like I think actually the reason why some of them were left standing is because they didn't have the capacity to destroy them, for sure. Until they gained it, until the 50s and 60s came along, and they just went kaboom. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, do you guys want to take a break before we get into Chapoo's stuff? Because Chapoo's got some stuff. Or what do you?
Yeah, we're gonna get on these ships and stuff.
I might have to exit, and I'll probably watch. That's what I'll have to do because I have to tend to my duties.
Yeah.
Oh, it's no problem. At all.
Yeah, thank you. Your stuff was amazing.
Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you.
Me too, and it's great to meet both of you guys, and we're definitely going to do it again and keep in touch. And
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Well, we'll definitely have you back again, and you are doing an amazing job, and I'm so grateful that you're seeing the whole picture with the melt and everything, and you're bringing it forth the way you are and presenting, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, you too. Blessings, guys.
Thank you, Chris.
All right. Thank you.
Somebody put the Chris's link in the chat.
Yeah, I have it right here. Let me paste it in, and I'm going to add it into the show links as well. Oh, that might not be it. Yeah, it is. There it is.
Yeah,
that's it. There you go.
Nice.
Guys, make sure you sub and bell Chris's channel, Old World Exploration. He's got a lot of good videos, and he's very articulate. And I like the way he brainstorms, and he's not afraid to speculate, you know, because we have to at this point. We have to bring some level of speculation in to fit the pieces together. We'll never have all the answers, but, you know, we got to destroy these lies. And with destroying the narrative of the lies, you know, like I say, to understand the truth, you must first understand the lie. And that's what we do here. We dismantle the lies and bring out the truth, and it all fits together. And, Chapoo is such an amazing part of this, that you're able to do this with me, and we connected how we came together to do shows and stuff. Everything worked out the way it was supposed to, you know?
Yep, exactly, Jen. It's it's really something that I never expected to have in my life, you know? It's crazy.
Yeah. It is crazy, but we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to play Next Level. It's about 2 minutes long, and we'll come back and get into your stuff. Okay? Yeah. All right, guys. We'll be right back.
I'm on the next level. Yeah, I know you heard about it.
Motherfucker.
You know I'm bout it, and don't you ever doubt it. I'm incomparable, that's why they staring though. Turn up the stereo, check it out, check it out, check it out. I'm hot just like a sauna, New York to California. Too hot, You ain't seen nothing like this, nobody do it like this. I'm on the next level, next level on the next level. They all tryna catch up to my next level, next level on the next level. Check it out, check it out, check it out. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Motherfucker.
You like that old school, back in the music, that shit is old news. I'm popping through the ceiling, that's my motto, that's my motto. I lead, they follow. I'm hot just like a sauna, New York to California. Too hot, too hot. You ain't seen nothing like this, nobody do it like this.
Motherfucker.
I'm on the next level, next level on the next level. They all tryna catch up to my next level, next level on the next level. Check it out, check it out, check it out.
It was too fast. I had to run back up here. Oh my gosh, I was feeding the cats. Oh
Jenny.
boy. Jenny Murphy's in the house. Messamelt's here. Ben. Jehovah's Daughter. Welcome. That's a new name. Julio is here. I seen him over in, thank you, CFM's chat, I think. T2L2 is here. High Plains Drifter. Welcome, everybody. What's our real story? That's what we're trying to figure out. Because his story is nothing but BS. And we know where that comes from. Don't step on me. I like that. Welcome. And yeah, the public school system was also meant for you to remember their bullshit narratives and regurgitate it back out on a piece of paper so they can judge how well you remember that narrative, because that's it. They don't teach you critical thinking because they don't want you to critically think, because you'll figure this shit out. Yeah.
Exactly.
Johnny Cool's in the house. Pants On did a really good live earlier. I didn't get to watch all of it, but I'm going to check it out after the live stream that we're doing tonight. It's awesome that he's starting to go live and stuff. Once I hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll be able to go live from my phone, and I could do more boots on the ground stuff like I was doing before.
Yeah, I think it's on YouTube directly. You need 1,000, but if you pass through StreamYard like Pants did, I think you don't need it, because he just did it. Boots on the ground live stream.
I got
and
you.
he has like 300
on my phone.
subscribers. So.
Right, yeah. I have to get the StreamYard on my phone. I haven't tried it that way. Mr. Beast fans here. Our Melted Reality. What's up? What's up? What's up? I haven't seen Melanie. I'm trying to scroll up.
She's been here and there. She might be on another channel. I don't know.
Okay, she's cheating on me. I see how it is.
She's cheating on you and me. That Melanie.
Cheating on us. That's all right, Melanie. I got something for you. Gonna get you some extra crazy glue. All right, mountains are melted buildings, hence the name Mountain Dew. That's right. I like it. Directed energy weapons. I don't know. I'm sure they had stuff like that. I wouldn't doubt it. But I think the main level of destruction and loss of population was due to the X factor, the judgments. That's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong.
Oh, yeah, they probably had some kind of frequency weapon. It might be called it like a fasheye or something, because every time you see a fasheye, it's always represented with the axe. And what's an axe? It's only has two function. You either use it as a weapon or to cut something. So
right.
Fasheye always represent with an axe. Did they use it as a weapon or to cut stuff? We don't know. But it
had to have been a weapon, because it doesn't make sense the way they have it in the bundle to use it to cut something, right?
No, I know this is what they give us as a representation of it, because they probably just found this stuff. What's that bundle of sticks?
Right,
But then
right.
what they say is that they created the Gatling gun from it. It's really weird because it
Yeah,
has
that doesn't
nothing
make
to do with
sense.
the Gatling gun. So yeah,
Right. But since it looks similar, they tie that narrative together.
yes,
And most of us never critically thought any of this stuff out. I mean, but then again, given where we're at with the short season of Satan, we're all starting to see the truth now, and not buy into the narrative so much. The spells are wearing off, and the critically thinking is starting to surface, especially if you are already seeking truth, already living in such a way that you don't want to be lied to anymore. You don't want to lie to people. You want you see that something's really wrong, and it feels wrong. Nothing matches. Nothing matches up, like the architecture with the old pictures, the people with their horse and wagons and stuff like that. And once one narrative goes, they all go. But basically, it's all tied to the globe model at the end of the day. So, and they've only had us spinning on a ball since the beginning of the short season of Satan. Before that, everybody knew the Earth was flat. So, yeah.
no, exactly. You cannot if you don't never seen anything from NASA or any school. If you go out of your house, can you tell you live on the ball? If and your answer is no, then you don't.
That's very true.
That's how I live. If you can go out of your house and not
Yeah.
prove with your eyes, then it's not there.
This is why they teach us this at a very, very young age. You walk into kindergarten, the first thing you see is this globe, right? And it's everywhere. It's in the library. It's in every school. You change rooms in schools, and it's in every room because they need to anchor that into you that that's where you're at and don't question it. And they have narratives for each. I remember when I learned about space, it was like 3rd or 4th grade. We were learning about the planets. I think 5th or 6th grade, I had to do something on the solar system, a whole project. I had to draw it out and paint it, each one, and label it and the size of it and how far away from the sun it is and everything. I got an A+ on it. But this is what they do. It's all about anchoring these false narratives.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, well, look at how all their model fits, all their numbers. It's because it's a fake model. They can make up a fake model, give you fake numbers, and all fit because, they created it. It doesn't make it true, though. They do this with movies. They make up a whole false narrative, fake people, fake life achievements and stuff like this, and put it all together. And, and it's some famous movie that you watch or something, but it's all fake. All right. So what are we going to get into? We're going to go sailing on a big ship.
I don't know where do you want to start? You want to start?
Let's start with the Oddfellows.
I will show you my screen.
Okay. Yeah, because they are key. They're pivotal in the relocation and education of these orphans and young adults.
Oh, I have this thing here because, we've seen a lot of 4s with 3. But if you real search Roman numerals, you'll never see a 4 with 4 lines. Never. Everywhere.
Isn't that strange?
But if you see all the clocks now, they all have the 4s, and I don't know why. I've seen there weren't much. Now it's all of them. It's crazy. But this is how it's supposed to be. And if you search for it, then you will never see the 4 lines. So just crazy.
Oh, right. Baby.
Okay, Jan. So, wait. This is depiction of the 1400s. This is 14. They say the date.
Now look at it though. We were just talking about how they had plenty of time to get all these paintings and manuscript, whatever they were doing, right?
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at how it's painted. It doesn't look.
No.
You know what I mean? It looks like somebody like made a cartoon or something.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't look like the paintings that we see that they were there at that time. Like I don't know. I don't have some here right now. Oh, like this. You see, they don't look like these kinds. Really nice and smooth. They look more like they have been done really fast. You see, look, Look at this. This is intricate. A lot of work. Oil paintings. Not this one. This one is this. But if you compare to this, I know there's still more. A lot of work in it, but the shading and this stuff, it's not as intricate.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know when these were painted. We only have their narratives to go by. And, you know, what they show us as these famous people that created these things or whatever, we don't know if those people even existed. I don't even know if Nikola Tesla actually existed.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, clearly, he didn't discover free electricity. They just used him as the cover person for this discovery that's supposed to be something new. Yeah. So don't want you to ever think it was old and that the old world might have had this stuff.
Yes. No, so they always depict like rifles and cannons, you know. It's battles. It's only like battles and feudal stuff, or they either like, look here, they're just fighting. They're hunting, killing something. They're always killing something. You know, that's something that I don't like.
Right, but during the millennial reign, they didn't do any of this stuff because they didn't have to. But this is what they want you to think that they did back in these old days. You know, like in the, you know, this is how they entertained themselves with jousting or ceremonies like this, or they had war. You know, that's why they had to have these big fortress-looking castles, because they had war all the time.
Yeah, look at this.
Wow. It took a village, or that is the village. And it's on a moat, like it's on a platform like Chambord, or Chambord. I love Chambord. That was supposed to be built in the 1500s. No freaking way. Canals, platforms, all kinds of stuff. No.
Oh shit! My computer's at. Oh man.
You can fit a whole town of people in Chambord.
Yeah.
And use the lawns and gardens to grow your food. Wow.
What? Can you see my mouse moving?
I see it. I see it.
Oh, I couldn't see it. Okay. So yeah. Look at this. It's already destroyed, I think.
Yeah, it's got a muffed up wall back there. What did that? One of their cannons?
Yeah, probably that's what they say. But something that's shit. My computer's so slow. Yeah, look at this one here.
Wow.
Come on, computer.
What are these people doing back here? Why are they hanging off the rocks and the walls and stuff?
I think they are like carvings.
Huh.
Oh my God, what's going on?
It looks like something from a children's book, you know?
Yeah.
Take your time. It's okay. Look at the bottom of the picture. It looks like the lattice work on Agashima.
Yeah, this thing. Yeah. Yeah. Right, look at this.
I don't know, man. I think there are real people in there just hanging them out to dry or something.
Petrified in rocks.
They don't look like they're having a good time, that's for sure.
There's something wrong with my computer.
Is it running slow?
Oh, I've never seen it that slow.
Oh.
Okay. And I just rebooted before the show just to make sure.
Yeah.
But this is not what I wanted to show.
Oh, wait, go back. Is that a bird plane? That's a bird plane.
That's
right there.
No, but that's but you know, the stories of the Hindus, you know.
Right.
They had like animals.
But this looks just like the German bird plane. I feel like
more people, and people flying on birds and flying carpets and stuff.
Carpets.
But look what they do to people, you know. They saw them in half and cut their heads off.
Why would they do that?
Yeah, I know. Why would they?
People.
Okay, so
terrific.
Look at the event. It's already happened. Look at these buried buildings. I don't know if you can see. I will zoom in. If it loads. Oh my God.
It's very interesting. Wow.
Oh, I can't believe that it's not loading.
The trees are even buried to the top. What they're walking past there look like bushes on the ground, but they're tops of trees.
Yes. Oh my God.
That's okay, Chappelle. I have you on big screen, so
Oh, okay. Well,
we're good
yeah,
that way. But
sure.
now you're zooming in.
But
Yeah,
look,
look at
yeah,
these
yeah,
guys.
yeah. It's all buried.
Yeah, what's that thing over there that looks like a big A-frame off to the left?
This,
No, the other
oh,
one, the
this
big.
thing.
Look at that big
Yeah,
thing.
I don't know. Probably just part of a building. It's left.
Wow. There it is.
Yeah. So it looks like they're just moving. They have like luggage. They're not like
Yep.
it's like a carriage with luggage. They're moving to a new place or something.
Wow, that's very interesting.
Man, what's wrong? The pictures are not loading. They're either like, man, you look, they show people like
Oh,
cut in
dude.
half and cutting like heads off. But this one, they didn't want you to know who it was. They just deleted his face.
Okay. Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah. But all these are from the 1400s.
Yeah,
That
this
they
looks like
say.
all made up manuscript shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Like these stories, because the stories of they had to change. Somebody agreed for the Ottomans that were like the power back then to change all of this. Listen, that's they
Wow.
show us these battles with all these corpses and people like cut in half, and they're burning up the cities,
Well, they're
destroying it.
also like, furthering the agenda of like war is a natural thing that
Yeah,
we do all the time,
yeah.
And
That's what I think these are for.
yeah, normalize this violence.
Yeah.
Oh, a carpet. Look at that. It's flying.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah, but that's
I
not.
wonder if there are bigger people and the city's small, or they just didn't have it.
They do this because they're gonna say because this is like either Hal Mohammed or the kings of that time, but
Right.
I don't know. I don't if it's true. That's why they did it. But they always represent the saints bigger.
Yeah.
Is it because they were bigger or not? I cannot like.
Hey, look at all the ships. It just makes you think. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go into these ships really soon. Because I'm just showing what they
look,
told us.
they all have the Iron Cross on.
Yeah, these are the ones that took over after the Ottomans, that they say, and then we have these demons coming. All right, so let's get into this again. This is these drawings from Italy. From the maybe 1600s, I think.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Giovanni Battista stuff.
Yeah. These this one was before Battista. It's his name is I can't remember, but he did the same thing. But look, Italy, it's all buried and
Yeah,
destroyed.
and there's more buildings down there. Look, arches and stuff at the at the base.
This is Rome. Yeah, all this will be in Rome.
This is what it looked like when we were showing those black and white photos. Even it was still like this.
Yeah, exactly. See where something happened, between what we've seen like the 1400s and these things from the 16.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, stuff's growing out of them and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this.
Wow.
Ground is here and everything's muffed up.
All
buried.
muffed up.
Yeah. What is this? Oh no, this is another place. Yeah, look at this arch. Now we see this part, but with new stuff on top that they had it. But look, I think that all of these arches were like more buildings on top. Like you can see here,
Right.
a door and more stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, because this guy with the oxen over here sure as hell didn't build this thing.
No. None of these people. They just found it, and they use it as a refuge or a place to stay. Like
Yeah, it's
they are
interesting.
homeless. They don't have any homes. These
Oh,
people.
look at this. What is this? They're going up inside this huge melted building here.
This is in Germany.
Wow.
But if you can, it doesn't. My God. I'm gonna zoom in. You're gonna see how big these walls on top are. It's
And it looks like in the background there's another city up on top of one of those hills. Look at this thing. It's nuts.
oh my
The whole
God.
thing is the building, guys.
Why is it so slow?
It's interesting how they draw in the brick patterns, even in the finest little spots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look at
You
that.
can see it's all bricks.
Inside, you can see inside.
Yeah.
It's
The mountain itself.
the whole thing is the building, guys. They're showing you that this whole mountain is a building. It looks like a Tower of Babel, kind of.
Yeah, but now it has been X-factored. That's why it's all
Yeah.
destructed, and probably all this was more even.
But look at the cities in the back on those what look like little volcanoes. See them?
Oh,
On top
here,
of the
yeah,
rocks?
yeah,
Yeah.
all of them, yeah.
Yep. Little
Exactly.
Herodiums everywhere.
Yeah, again, this is what they had. Again, Rome, all buried.
Wow.
They just found this place.
Yeah, those people were digging out. They had shovels and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, what you when you see people, all they have is they have shovels.
Yep.
This, and they're just digging it out.
So it shows with the destruction and the people coming in with their little pickaxes and horses and stuff, and the stuff already growing out of this stuff, that this was X-factored and left abandoned for quite some time.
Yeah.
Before anybody was able to even get out here to try to piece this narrative together and dig it out.
Yep. Yeah, you can see that everything started growing on top.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the column.
Oh, that looks like the column we saw earlier.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's got that stuff going around it all the way up to the top, but it doesn't have that top thing on it, like that urn or whatever statue they had at the very top.
Yes, they added
Wow.
it. But you see, they have dug up this one. You see?
Yep, they sure did.
So yeah, all of Rome, the 1600, all under.
Oh, go back a picture to the three columns right there. This is that spot where I showed in your black and white photos,
Oh,
right?
these three
Where
pillars.
these columns, and you could see how far down they went, and they went really far down, and they were sitting on other different bases.
Yes.
This is not the base of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that wall there coming out the back, like going around the whole thing, almost like a star fort. You see that in the black and white photos too I was showing.
Yes.
Yeah. Like down under the ground. Wow.
Yep. Yeah. And these ones are just again for just before that time that I just showed you. This is what they gave us. These rulers and these. Oh, sorry. I'll try. Usually it zooms in 2 seconds, but I don't know. I need to buy new parts, I guess, now again.
You have so much on here, probably.
No, I don't even have tabs open. I have like 2 tabs.
Wow.
Usually I have like 10. Last show I had like 20 videos open, and I had no problem. But yeah, you see, they show us like people cut everywhere. This
Yeah.
who would do this?
Chaos and war with beautiful architecture everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Let's see.
So they're like building and warring at the same time.
Yeah, that's what the narrative that they tell us,
Oh man.
because they had to make a story with these people. They were like appointed by God to rule over us.
To rule, yeah. This is how they established the bloodline stuff and the right to rule over us. Yep.
because that's the only way they could be in some kind of power, because all these people were like trying to, they were one with God, I guess, and these people they told them, this is, they appointed us to be the rulers, so you got to do what we say or be killed, like
But see,
these.
their god is Lucifer, and that's who appointed them, because they're stuck in Satan's banana.
Yeah. And they
Oh.
go and destroy these things, but that's not what I wanted to show at all. But yeah, this one is interesting. Look at
Oh yeah, look at that.
yeah, I think I have like a bigger one of this. Yeah, because these ones are like depiction of the apocalypse of some sort. Before
Right.
all of this, I think
This is-
before the catastrophe, the X Factor. Before,
Yeah.
look at the people. Look at these armors, like all gold.
This looks like the army, God's army, or something.
Yeah, yeah. But it's being destroyed by this fire. Someone. And this is the kingdom in heaven.
Oh wow! See, look at these buildings in heaven. They look just like the ones that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Having a hot flash.
Yeah.
All right, keep going. I'm just gonna put the fan on.
All right. So look at these crazy towns, and people went. They tell us that they went there and they, again, kill everyone. Look, even this one is like the story of the Trojan horse, but in medieval time,
Medieval times.
Again,
Oh yeah! Wow.
But they tell us that it's a Greek story.
Right.
But look here, they have the depiction of it in the 1400s.
Make it make sense, Chapeau.
I can't, because I don't even. But yeah, the sense that I have, it's that the Greek, all the Greek story in Roman, it's all made up. So that's the sense I have.
It's interesting how they have these little tents, but there's this amazing architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the only thing that they did make was the tents, probably, and the ships.
Yeah. Because you see, like, they bring in the horse here, and now the storied people go out here and they start killing people.
Right? Yeah. Look at that.
It's the same story.
Same narrative.
So is it like the movies? This is like the movies, the narrative that they gave people at the time, because they didn't have like TV, but they had these books.
Yeah, this is how they educated people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and you got these one deported.
Yeah, that's interesting. The last one you just showed is one of the only ones besides the gold one where you see people marching in with armor on. All this fighting and stuff that all these people are doing and all this medieval stuff. You rarely see them with the armor.
Yeah. All these, the same kind of armor that we showed like a couple show. Oh, the last show. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. What are these people getting a drink in this little river?
Yeah, but look, they're dethroning, I guess, the rulers.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is they say that this is the appointment where they appointed the new rulers from France. But again, if you look at the colors, these black, green, white, and red, you can find them in many city flags, country flags now. And again, this comet that they think they saw. Okay, all right. So let's dive into these. But this is not okay. Here I got the foundling warships.
All right, here we go, guys.
The giant ships, or the you wanted to start at the Odd Fellows. Is that
Yeah.
it?
Talk about the Odd Fellows.
Something odd. Yeah.
Yeah, something's really odd.
Yeah, look, it said the eagle eye. Welcome. That's not it.
That's right. There you go. There you go. Oh,
So
look at
yeah.
that ship back there. Was it an
Oh,
ironclad?
yeah, this is an iron ship,
Yeah.
an iron steamship. But this is just I don't know what it represent this one, and I've never like look at it really, but
Yeah, we had broke down the Oddfellow stuff where they talk about how they go around and educate and reform these kids and stuff and relocate them. They're just another branch of the Masons. These were the guys that went out and oversaw all the orphanages and the relocation of children, designating them to where they go. And I think they took a lot of these kids and probably stuck them in those asylums so they could keep them as breeders for the future
orphanages. Yeah, after the orphanages, probably in these asylums if they didn't comply. So yeah, and also these ships on each of these arcs.
Yeah, they're always showing the arcs. And everybody has a flood story, so that means there was more than one arc, in my opinion. In my opinion, guys, especially when you see the ships that we're going to show you.
Yeah, because why are they depicting in the Masonic drawings these arcs? Because
and how much they actually look like Noah's Ark is crazy too.
Yeah, and they always have this thing right in the middle. They have your heart in their palms, and this is how they control you.
Zoom in. Let's see if we can read this. This is one of the ones I think we read on the show before. If we can see what's on that ribbon there. It says, visit the sick. Yeah, relieve the distressed, bury the dead. That was their mission. And they would gather up the foundlings and stuff.
And educate the orphans.
Educate the orphans, right. So this was what they were sent forth to do. This was their mission. Right. And, burying the dead. Well, who's dead? Where's all these dead people? And why are there orphans running around everywhere?
Yeah.
What happened?
And you see that this guy is like hidden. He's gonna like probably kidnap the kid here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The kid's running from these people, and he's like, I'm gonna grab this kid.
And they have this open Bible, and they say this is our guide.
Yeah.
Our motto.
Well, I think that they use it to get people to trust them.
Yeah.
Well, they're the guys with the Bible. It's a good book, all this stuff. And, they must be the good guys. But Lucifer is the great deceiver. And these people, that they want to emulate their god Lucifer. So they want to go forth and deceive the world too. And they'll use any means possible to do that, including the Holy Bible, I think. If they're holding that in their hand, people will trust them. They're not the bad guys. They're the good guys.
Yeah.
Only to come to find out they were the bad guys. And then it gives, the whole thing with the Bible a bad look, a bad name. But they did use it as a control mechanism, which is another way for them to mock God and his word.
Yeah, exactly. And all of these, all around, this is what they control, These are our model, but our control things.
And the beehive is not just about honey. The beehive is about the beekeepers to keep all the bees in line and have them organized and where they got to go and what they got to do.
Yep. And work for the one queen, So, you see health. And these things, I don't know what are these things, but this is another religion, two religion in one. What you said, this is the Tartars. Tablets, the commandments that they created, or I don't know, the tables, the tower, the kilns, or something. These hacks that I'm telling you that they usually paired it with these bundle of sticks.
Right, which makes no sense. And then you got the coffin there with the sickle.
Yeah, the debt.
Yes. I think that means, to me, it means death will come to he who speaks of, the true meaning of this stuff.
the time and death. Yeah, and again here you have your globe engulf in clouds.
Yep, there it is.
The reset.
Wow.
Sorry for Jinx. Jinx.
Oh.
No.
Oh, sounds like she's in heat again.
Don't tell me about it.
Yeah, know it.
This is the one you showed earlier.
Yeah.
But again,
it's a little different the way they have this cloud around the Earth on this one, but yeah, it's kind of going up more and around. Again, still indicating the northern hemisphere, which we know there is no northern hemisphere as we live on a flat plane. But it's encircling this globe.
Yeah.
Whatever happened there.
Yes. And you see again the ship that they use to deport the people that we're gonna show.
So they have In God We Trust. They got the Holy Bible. So, you know, that is your means of getting the people to listen to you. Yeah. Now, we know the God that they trust. It's not our God. Yeah. So.
And they tell you that these links are, they represent friendship, love, and truth.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, that's just a distraction because that's not what they represent at all.
They need you to think that they are the good guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a depiction. Where is it? Is it this one? No. Oh, these are the three links here.
Okay.
Like what they would call the three wise men in the
ark.
Yeah, the ark is here. But this one, look at the dome. It's opening like.
Oh
they're
yeah.
like opening the dome with this thing.
Yeah.
The ark.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So did they make something happen with this thing? We heard like many stories of this.
Do you see the star next to the sun, and it's got rays that are going up to the pyramid in the eye? That's telling you that this is Polaris.
Yeah, yeah. But it changed place. It's not here anymore. It's there again. So.
Yeah, and look! They got their axe and pick shovels over here above the ark. That's what you're gonna need to dig out.
Yeah, nice. The city in fire. Destruction. And here he's digging up something again.
Yeah, he's digging out. Wow.
Yeah. So they
and there's a whole dark cloud motif through the whole thing, up under from left to right, and even throughout it. It's like smoky looking, really.
Yeah.
You know, indicating extreme heat one way or another.
Yeah. Not this one. Not this one. I'm searching for a specific one. And they add these buildings that they took over. This one is a hard fellow, but what I will show with the foundlings. Again, the ark again.
Yep. Wow.
Oh, see, I think this is
how these don't have anything that tells you specifically what any of this is on all their artworks. They tell each other through ritual. You have to go to the next level, do whatever, and then you get this next information. And then, you know, they don't write it down. They tell each other these the true meanings of what these things mean.
Yeah. So that's a weird one because this one there's a white man here, but these are the three links of the three nations that were there before this this reset. You know, the natives, the Tartars, and the
Atlanteans.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, maybe that's them.
The real people that lived here. I'm sorry.
Wow. Atlantis was definitely in the Sahara. It's the eye of the Sahara for sure. And I think it was destroyed during the flood.
If you.
It looks like there was a tsunami flood that went right across that part of Africa.
Yeah, I think.
Actually, the imprint of the wave itself washing over everything.
Yeah, I think again the story of this Atlantis, that marvelous city with high tech stuff, only one place that has been destroyed by a cataclysm. I think this is the story of the X Factor, but they have
Yeah.
put it only in one place, and they called
Yeah,
it.
way a long time ago too. Yeah.
Yeah. So it could be the story of the entire place here, the Atlantis story. So just a thought, and this is one of your
Oh,
favorite.
this is my favorite one right here. Okay, guys, first off, I want you to take note of this arc in the water, okay? And this is them. It looks like they're going in and putting a new narrative in, adding or taking down some stuff up top off the roof, chiseling in new information or chiseling away information that's on this building here.
Yeah,
and the arc's right here. What's the arc doing here? It's coming in with new people.
Yeah.
New narrative.
Yeah, you can see that they changed stuff. They took out stuff that they didn't need. They put like more stuff on top, changed the roofs, and then
And you can see a shovel right there too, right next to that what looks like a coffin.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, heading towards the arc over there. And let me see what else. So we got Polaris up there, of course, because this looks like it's after the X Factor. Polaris is in its position back where it's supposed to be, and now they're relocating everybody.
Yeah, I just saw that on the coffin that they took out of the ground, probably because they won't put it. There's a star. So are they saying that we let loose something, or we,
I don't know. That's crazy. That's interesting. I don't know what that means.
But these things are like reset depictions.
This picture would be fine if you just took the arc out, because when you stick the arc in there, it's like, what is that doing there? That doesn't make any sense. Rolling up on this Roman-esque kind of place, wasn't it supposed to be like a flood in Mount Ararat? No, this thing's just sailing along, and it has no sails, by the way. Okay, so you tell me they got a prison ship out here in the middle of the water just sitting there? No.
Yeah, no, because we're gonna go into these, because you just mentioned the prison ship. That's the narrative that they gave us.
Yep.
For this. So I got the foundling folder. These are just like children and buildings that they use. But I think we're gonna go into these ships first.
Okay, guys, look at this. Count them up, Shapu. How many we got here? We got
this one, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6,
6.
7.
But I think there's 2 of side by side here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's more on the side. No, these ones are different ones.
Yeah. There's at least 10 ships there.
Yeah.
And they're huge.
Yes.
Yeah.
I tried to look how fast it goes now. I don't know what's going. Yeah, look.
Wow.
Again, they say that all of these they use for prison ships and stuff like this. But
yeah, no bueno. I mean, even the way they look compared to the other ships, they look like arcs.
Yeah. Because these ones have big masts and sails and stuff like this. Not these ones.
And the ark, when you look at the ark, Noah's Ark, it has no sails. Never had any sails on it.
No. Just like this.
Just like that. That's right. And the last one we showed had windows all in it.
Yep.
That one's one of my favorite ones right there.
Yeah, and this one, they say this just housing for the Navy. Okay.
Yeah.
So you've built this for housing for the Navy?
I mean, as if there's not enough buildings on land or something.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, they just repurposed all of this.
Yep.
And also, what's interesting is that in this one, look they changed it to a steam engine.
Wow.
Yeah. So this one is a steam one. I don't know if it's advanced, but they say that these they had to be pulled by other sailboats. That's the funniest thing.
Right.
How big was the wind? How strong? It's they use something else, and probably like a propulsion that I will probably talk about in future shows, because I didn't look enough into it. But again, look at these ones. They say, oh no, they're just building them right now. What? Usually they build them in like a harbor, not in the middle of the water.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, and this one is interesting because they have no mast, no sails. And they have steamships, so why would you build steam with sail with boat with sails?
These ships, they're huge.
Yeah.
Okay, they're huge ships.
So they say this is an Amaozi. I don't know where it is, but it looks like in Indonesia or something. Jinx, go away. Yes. And this, this is a older depiction of giant houseboats.
Wow.
Sorry. But look, it's a griffin. No.
Yeah, I never saw that one. I don't think I saw that one before.
No, but I think I had it before.
Wow.
They say that they use like these horse to advance, but I think they had another thing going on. And
I remember this one.
Yeah, there's one here. One left. Because they had like a steel ship already.
Yep. Wow.
So yeah, so this is now they will tell you, oh, they repurposed it as probably hospital or restaurant even.
Can you zoom back in on that last picture? And it's on the left. What is that? The left. There you go. What is all that stuff there on the ground? No, little lower. Is it scratches on the?
Oh, this. Yeah, I think somebody scratched something on the picture.
Yeah. All right. I was just curious about that. Wow.
So I've a lot more like this one. Again,
yeah,
this
is
the same one that we just saw.
Yep.
With the Navy housing. No, this one is not here. This is just a steamship. Small steamship. Right. But look at the length of it.
It's
but
huge.
Yeah, this one is.
These ones are crazy. These ones I think were in geez, I don't know, like some foreign country.
Yeah, this one they say it's in Shanghai.
Shanghai, yeah. Yep. Okay. There they are. There's two of them there, guys.
Yeah, and so they are in Shanghai. They call them hopium hulks.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't know if they put hopium drugs addict in them or put the hopium in. But again, just repurposed.
Again, we weren't taught in his story neither. It was, just quietly swept under the rug. If you don't go looking for it, you never hear about these ships.
No, and I told the last time we did, I've watched UAP do a 2-hour video on ships. And in his 2-hour video, he never mentioned one Hulk. And
no, that's why so many people were watching our show when we first put it out, because I don't think anybody heard of them really.
No, and when I mentioned it to you, what are they? And that's crazy. Because when I first saw them, I thought, what prison ship? Who needs who has first so many prisoners that they had to put them on ships, because they had these big prisons that they had turned castles into prisons.
Yeah, they were busting out crazy ass prisons supposedly.
Yeah.
Look at this, guys.
This is another one.
I remember when we first looked at these and I'm like, why do these look like Noah's Ark? And I pulled up Noah's Ark and we compared the two, and it was like, wow. Because there's so many depictions of Noah's Ark and a lot of them look like this.
Yeah. again. This
And
one,
the ones where they have the clothes hanging off of them and stuff, like out to
yeah,
dry.
yeah, yes. This one they call it an hospital ship. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Why? You know, there's no reason. And they always look like they have this tech to communicate, like antennas
Yeah.
and these things to harness the St. Elmo's fire.
St. Elmo's fire. Yep. And look at that.
Yeah, this one you see normal ship, steamship, and just another of these prison ships.
Yeah. And then remember when we were scouring old depictions of ships and harbors and stuff? We were finding them in the background of the picture and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. That's just crazy.
So this is why they just bring the people on them, and then they just left them. So the people, they either repurpose or on this one dismantle and take all the wood.
Yep.
This is what they're doing. And I've seen, Jen, I've never seen it before. I think they had put steel covering on top of the old wooden ships.
Oh.
That was interesting, yeah. Not in this
Well,
one.
no, this whole site looks disheveled. It doesn't look organized. It looks a mess.
No. Yeah. Because they are not building something, they're dismantling it.
Yeah.
That's what the vibe that it gives me.
Yeah.
Because they didn't build. Yeah, the picture is 1858, they say. So they were supposed to be already built. So they're just taking it off. Or this one, they're destroying it.
Yeah, it was more than a prison ship. It was an ark.
Yeah.
And I think it carried people to repopulate different locations. Children, men, women.
Yeah, because we're gonna show that there's a depiction that they just arrived like this. You see?
Yeah. This one
Looks
was
like
good.
they just taking people off of these and bringing them off to shore. Like there's one here, there's another one, there's a smaller one here. But these are like the escorts, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 3 in this one. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I think this is Galeta. It's probably like Spain or something.
Also, all the ships are black and white. Not meaning black and white photo, but they're all black with a white stripe. I mean, how do you even tell that, who's your enemies? I understand they had flags and stuff, but why are all the ships black and white like this? That's curious too. Yeah, look at those 2 arcs right there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is a painting from Hong Kong, they say.
Uh-huh.
You got these 2 supposed ship. You got this.
They got these ships pulling up everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah. So they had prisoners, they don't put them everywhere. It's just stupid narrative. What is this one?
Good night, High Plains Drifter. Thanks for hanging out with us.
I don't know that this one is.
Oh, that definitely looks like a Noah's Ark back there.
No, this. Yeah. These are smaller versions.
Wow.
But I think again they just coming to a new place. Like this painting here. But look again. It looks like there's.
Oh wow! I never saw this one, Chapu. Wow, that really looks like Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, I like these ones. I remember these ones.
Yeah, you can
There's
see
2
like
of them here.
Yeah, there's 2 of them there, and with these modern battleship.
Wow.
Same years in the 1800s.
Yeah, this is when they start busting out these crazy ironclad ships that are massive steel ships.
This is the one.
This is my favorite one right here.
Because
now think of that etching we just saw, the Masonic etching where they were taking stuff down and chiseling stuff in or out, and they had that arc out in the water, and it looked just like that arc right there.
Yep.
Yep.
And look, these people look all dressed the same, all wearing these hats that we just said, and probably
Those are the ones
arriving.
that are gonna be the 18th century ones that aren't going to be wearing these fancy clothes anymore.
So they're dashing into the metropolis. So they just arrived.
Yep.
And probably these rich people are, oh, which one? Are you looking for work? Or, they're just...
Very, very interesting, very compelling to piece together what the narratives for these things are.
Yeah. Repopulating, like taking people from places and just bringing them up to other places.
Yep.
Just to... I think I've mentioned it on the beginning of the show, just to confuse the history,
Yeah, Lucifer goes forth and deceiveth the whole world, and there has to be people to deceive. And that's why the repopulation was so important. And I think this in-between time when they were resetting and hatching narratives and re-educating people into these new narratives, these ships were key in that for travel, to move people around.
Yeah. And they said that they had to drag with another boat these ships, but they came from France, England, Sweden, so they dragged these ships all the way to China, to Hong Kong. No, I don't think so. And again, you see the clash between the two. Look, 1805, 1906, that they say that in 100 years they had these for hundreds of years, but these ones they just
and they bust them out, no problem. France busted out its first ironclad. It was like city-sized ship.
Yeah, it's a crazy ship. This one with sails. This one has sails. But I think they is it repurposed, or this one? I don't know. Do I have a name? I don't have a name.
Oh, I like this one. I remember this. This one ran aground. They just left it there.
Yeah.
Wow.
You see?
And look at this nice bridge in the background. I mean, who built that?
Oh, yeah. No.
Modern bridge back there.
But you see, there's no place to attach any sails on this one.
Yeah.
This is really interesting. Yeah, there's your clothing.
Yeah. Just like, it's like a Noah's Ark.
Yeah, so the prisoners, they need to do their laundry.
That one looks like a Noah's Ark, like really good one.
Again, these masts has no sails attached to them at all. But look, the cannon is buried.
Oh, I wonder what did that. Wow.
Oh, this one I think you never seen. So.
Yeah, I don't remember this one.
Look, you can see all the skylights on this one.
Yep. Wow. And guys, if you remember the movie 2012, they had 4 arcs, and they looked just like that ship he just showed a picture ago, just like this. They were all covered, and they were one solid piece.
Oh, yeah.
Arcs in 2012, there was 4 of them.
Yeah.
Yep. And then that next picture there, this is the one I was talking about that has the tech on it, the tech towers on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the ball, given charge to all of these. Yeah, so they have the electrical something like this, and the sails and the oars. They have three ticks. Oh my god, my brain's not working tonight. So
I know it's getting late.
This one, we see it has been transformed into a steam ship of some sort.
Yeah.
because they couldn't understand why they didn't have any sales, you know. So I think this was repurposed into a steam engine.
I agree. Oh,
Because
remember this one? This one was crazy. Yeah.
yeah, these Russian barge that they call don't even know what.
They say they made them for war or something, but they're
Some
just,
people say they made it to transport the wood, but why would you build a shack on top of I don't even know.
yeah.
I don't even
It's
know.
all made of wood too, the whole thing.
It's all logs.
Yeah, it's
This picture
crazy.
is not the best one. Yeah, but and I have like these land ships, these painting of land ships
Huh.
with wheels.
What?
Yeah,
What's that all about?
yeah, I don't know. I think they're just funny.
Good night, Johnny. I
thing.
know we're up kind of late tonight. It's 10:46.
Yeah, again,
Oh, wow.
representing the old and the new. And this is one of
Oh, I remember this one. And when I found this, I was like, holy crap, because I was looking for more arcs and pictures, and I found this one picture with like 12 of them going down in a row.
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably waiting all the Russian people to be deported, because this is the Russian war.
It's 1696 to 1860. This is right at this in-between time that we're talking about, guys.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that one. My gosh.
I don't know what's going on here. But yeah.
Wow.
Just. Yeah, if I showed you this look like a normal house that we see today.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, hey, Samson.
It's a prison.
Or Samoan. I'm sorry. I said Samson. I apologize. Samoan. Yeah, it's crazy, right? I know.
Yeah.
But there it is.
Yeah, and another one that they sank.
Now tell everybody what these circles are in the air.
Yeah, they say that these are like from cannons. But you know, I don't know.
They don't show balls flying through the air.
No.
They show like rings of like sound waves running through the air.
Yes, and if you go on YouTube, you can go look a guy that do these sound vibration waves, and he puts smoke into like he make like a trash with 2 holes, and he shows how vibration can project hair really far with smoke, and it produce the same kind of thing.
Right.
So
yeah, most of these were destroyed. There are some that are left that you could see, I guess, somewhere, but there's not hardly any left at all.
Yeah, I think I've got one picture. I think in New Jersey, you can go eat in one. They turn it into a restaurant.
Yeah.
You can see here, there's 2 of them.
Again, the narrative for these are that they are prison ships or a hospital ship or something like that. And maybe they were purposed for that afterwards at some point, but that's the narrative that they're sticking to. And yeah, this one here, I remember finding this one. And there it is. They're just hiding out. There's a couple of them in here, I think, or at least definitely one.
Yeah, there's like some smaller ones.
Right.
These could have been made like later, but
these ships there too, though. The steamships are there too. Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah, the steamships and everything always. Yeah, this one.
And there's 3 of them lined up here. It looks like 3 of them lined up, right? They all look like Noah's Ark. Do we have any Noah's Ark in here to compare them to?
Yes,
Okay,
I have one. Or 2.
Oh, this is it. This is great. I love it. I was hoping you had these pictures. All right, guys, look. In the background of this picture, you can see 3 arcs, okay? And you can also see what looks like in the background something that looks like a volcano, okay? But it's not a volcano. You can also see what looks like a modern building there, not like what we're used to seeing, like the Baroque style. And this looks like a modern building, like a storage place or something with garages. But in the background there, you see smoke coming out of something that looks like volcano-ish. Well, it's not a volcano, guys. It's made of brick. This thing is, and it's massive because look how big it is.
Yeah.
And she's got a shovel. I guess that means you have to dig out or bury your weapons, one or the other.
Yeah, because she has like the olive branch.
Piece,
So
right.
I think there she is burying the old world weapons, I guess. You know, because there's a dove, like broken cannons, and not prison ship, but people deporting. Oh my god! No,
Yeah, they're relocating them.
doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. Look behind here, you can see a couple of them. 1, 2, 3, maybe.
Yep. Again, they're always black and white. Most of these ships, all the ships, in the background, it doesn't matter if they're regular ships or what we're saying are arcs. They all seem to be black and white. All of them. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Look at that one.
Yeah.
That looks like Noah's Ark all day long.
Prison ship, you know.
Clothes hanging out.
Yeah. They make it look like it's so.
She's a gold digger. Is that
so
what she's
bad.
doing?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
wow.
another one. Again. So why would you build a ship that doesn't move on water? You know, it doesn't make any sense. Again, another one.
Wow.
Still with the cannons. Oh, so weird. The story of the cannons. Can go look to my video I've made 2 of them. One was taken down because I had used like History Channel footage.
Oh yeah.
But I just we redid it with a lot more commentary, and they left it. So
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we covered this like almost 3 years ago now. 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Look, there's a couple in there.
Yeah, look how many ships there are here. Because
wow.
Looks like they're just people arriving at this place. Because everything is destroyed. This guy looks like it's been, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, it doesn't look that good.
Yeah, but look at the size of this anchor.
Wow. Oh, that's nuts.
Yeah, that's the hook.
That's for a big ass ship, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jenny, that could be possible too, that they use the arcs for that, because there's arc stories all around the world. So that means there had to be more than one arc. And, you know, maybe they did use it for that as well. I don't know. There's definitely people on these things, and they show up everywhere.
What's the
when you start digging around for these and looking at the locations, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they call them hulks because they're gigantic ships.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Hulk arc. You know, it's kind of like in the same vicinity of words. Hulk arc.
Look, they got here Russian prisoners. Okay. So they tell you again, this is prisoners ships, but look at the prisoners. What? Oh, okay, these are the Russian prisoners.
Yeah.
Women knitting, children.
Uh-huh.
Really? No, I think they were deported.
Yeah, or imported. Imported or deported, one or the other.
Yeah. Because they don't look prisoners to me.
No, they don't. They don't. Wow.
Yeah, here, look. Again, this.
That really wide one. Yep.
It's so bizarre.
It is so bizarre, it really is. What's on it there? Is there something like a barrel with something sticking out of it? Like trees? Do they have trees on this thing?
Yes, there's trees, Jen. There's trees on it.
What's going on here?
No, it's like somebody like planted trees on it.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I know.
What do you say to that? Make it make sense. I can't.
No, these ones are real. Look.
Yeah. And the tech on it, they got the tech on it too.
Yeah, but how did they move?
Mm-mm.
How did they move on water?
No, they don't show anything on them, like as if they're transporting some large piece of equipment down the river or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are really interesting. And here
There's the
again,
ark.
there's one here, one here.
All the ships are black and white. I'm just saying, all the ships are black and white. Look at this one.
Yeah, this one is like wood, but this one.
This one, I like this one. This is the most compelling for me, that these are arcs for sure. Just look at it, guys. And they're clearly much larger than the other ships.
Yeah. Just like you said, that's why they call them like hulks.
There's at least 12 there.
Yeah. It's probably, it goes further because...
yeah. Yeah.
But they say here, it's a view of floating prisons.
Yeah.
Prison hulks. In 1810.
Uh-huh. Boom, baby. Yeah, exactly. This is what we've been saying. Noah's Ark had no sails. I'm just saying Noah's Ark had no sails, okay?
Yep.
You see these, they have no sails. You see the Masonic drawings, you see Noah's Ark in every one of them. And they all look like this. Yeah.
Look
exactly.
here, this one. You see what's on top?
Yep. It's got the tech up there.
And what do they call again? They call it these... oh my God.
The light ships.
Light ships, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Lucifer ships, they're called. They're calling them Lucifer ships, guys. You can look them up. They had tech on them. They were like, they had like a mini lighthouse on it, but it was like a Tesla tower. How'd that thing move around?
Yeah. Here, look, we can see here. Look.
Yep, I see it. Yeah.
They just pull him up. Whoa! Why would you?
Wow. Yeah, Ben. The higher up, the stronger the ether. That's right.
Yeah.
The more electric conductivity you get, the higher you go. That's why they built these buildings so high with their tech on them and stuff. That's an interesting ship. I don't remember this one.
Oh, you didn't remember seeing that? Sideways, look, you can see that there's nothing.
Huh. What's the date on this one? Is there a date? I can't see it.
Yeah, 1779.
Oh, interesting.
1779. 1778.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just plans. Probably it was made much later.
Yeah, they lied about everything, Jamie. You got that right.
Yeah.
And they lied to everyone. Look at that.
Here's a big one, and there are like smallers. It's just crazy how much they this one is a new one, I think.
Yep, that's the other one. Yeah.
Only 3 left here. The others are gone.
That's right.
There's one here.
To exotic locations around the globe. Look at this thing. Oh my God.
Again, this haystack boat.
It's crazy. It's got some kind of tech on the back there. It looks like a cross or something.
Yeah.
Look at that. Wow.
This one is just the sinking of one ship. This is the front part of one. They're dismantling.
Right.
I guess.
Well, they get it to the destination and they don't need it. They don't have any prisoners, I guess. They'll just dismantle them.
Yeah, you see that they already taken off the the anchor
Mm-hmm.
that goes in here. The steel out of it would be like crazy.
Oh, look at that one right there in the front. That looks like the one that we saw in the Masonic picture.
Yeah, this is
Wow.
like probably a small restaurant. But this
Wow.
is the one, look, it has been turned into a steam one.
Right, yeah.
But here you can see the warships. Again, another one of these wood barge, I don't even know. They're all the same. They has these
It
shacks.
just looks like they stacked up lumber on each other. Like that's how they built it. It looks like Namdal.
Yeah.
Namdal with
Yeah,
the
yeah,
salt columns.
yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Really, really weird.
Okay, look at this one. This one's really cool, guys. This is interesting. There's a whole city on this ship here. You got tech, you got obelisks, domes, columns, statues.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think they say that this was like in Rome.
Wow.
I think I have a better depiction of it.
Yeah,
this
I
one.
can't see this being a prison ship with all these windows here. You know, it's just like
No, yeah. This one, they don't call it prison ship. They call it veteran, Navy veteran place.
oh, right. Is that what it was?
Yeah. So this.
Wow.
Yeah, just the fleet. A painting of it. This one is in Shanghai again.
Oh, we got a few of them here.
Yeah, you got one here,
yep.
one here, one here, one.
Oh, they're all lined up here.
Yeah, all deporting people, importing people, like you said.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
And you got this one.
They were busy. They were busy relocating, creating narratives, bringing people in, taking people out. Wow.
Yeah. The same one.
The military had these things too, guys. They were using them in the military. I think one of them where we showed the sailors looked like they were getting off of it. They weren't getting on it. They were getting off of it. And they said it was like for training or something.
Right, yeah.
How are you going to train your sailors on an old ship when you got new ships coming out?
I know. And you got this one.
Oh, yeah. This was cool looking.
And this is a building.
Yep. Sure is.
But they have like depiction of these as ships. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Again.
Wow.
No sails. Why do you have masts if you got no sails?
What is that in the background? Is that the Washington Monument in the background?
This thing?
Yeah, what is that?
Ah, could be. This one is in. They don't say to me. But yeah, probably, Jen.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Huh.
You know, you don't put the mast if you don't have sails, but these masts have another. A use another. Oh shit! My English is so far away in my brain.
Oh. You know, we could wrap it up, Shapu, and do a part 2 to this if you want, and continue on with.
Yeah, it's not that I'm tired. I don't know. My mind is not working right.
We got 4 of them lined up right here, guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. This is. They say this is how they launch new constructions.
Yeah, I'd like to see that happen.
No, it's not.
Guys. Now we just showed you all those ships. Now we're going to look at the Noah's Ark depictions. And we also showed you what they look like in the Masonic drawings. So.
I only have one.
You only have one? Oh, I thought we had a bunch we compared them to.
This one you were talking about.
Oh, yeah, this is one of my favorite ones. I remember when I found this picture, I was like, holy crap, Shapu, look at this.
Because I've
They're
got
just getting off. Look.
Yeah.
They're walking away from it. They're getting off.
we didn't have like we didn't go through like half of my folder. You know, this one here. And see in this one, I don't see. This is just normal one. You can hear there's 3 in a row.
These 3 big ones here. I remember these.
Yeah. Not this one. Oh, this is a new one with the light ship.
Yep. Yeah.
One that they are destroying right now.
Gosh.
This one was interesting. Look at the size of this.
Wow. That's crazy. Look at what's coming out of the hole here. It's like a huge.
I don't know what's.
What is that?
I don't know what's this. Because usually it's where the anchor is, but.
Yeah, I don't know.
Might be a default on the picture or something.
I like that one you have down there with the house on it. I remember that one.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this, guys. I'm moving a whole house.
Yeah, they say they're transporting a house.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So look, convict ship success. Now open for
shit.
What the fuck? Again, this one.
Wow, that one's beat up.
Really beat up. So this is the one I was thinking, telling you. This is a steel one, Jan.
It looks like an ironclad.
This is a one made of iron. Yeah, never seen it before.
Huh. No, I don't remember this one either. I didn't know they had any ones that were made of steel.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Just all of this proof that we're showing you guys lends more and more credence to what we're saying. Okay, you've never been taught about these ships. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard of these things before.
Yeah. Look like this. This is supposed
like a whole
to be
city on this ship.
A Byzantine one.
Wow.
But look at this, how it worked. These slaves were like rowing.
I ain't buying that narrative. No, they have to give you a way that these ships got around, but they had tech. They didn't need rowers.
No. Exactly.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Bullshit.
Look at that one. Wow. It's like a house plopped down on top of a boat.
Yeah.
It's a houseboat.
Yeah. This is a houseboat. Totally.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got a couple. This is.
Oh, there's a Noah's Ark right there. Look, that looks just like the Russian one you just showed above it. The wooden one.
Yes. Yes. Like this one.
Yeah, that one there.
Kind of. Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. This one just a single mast. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, this was the close up that I showed
earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
This
Look at this one. Wow.
Just done. Yeah, all muffed up. Another 2-1. They're the same one, but.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even repeating pictures here, guys. This is how many of them there are. I mean, they're all over. They're everywhere. And look at this.
Yeah, this one is so funny.
Look at this one, guys. I mean, are you kidding me? Look at the tech on this thing.
Yeah, it's like the Russian temples.
This looks to me like what the ship that came up on Olaf and his grandson when they went to the center and seen the.
Oh yeah.
And that ship. I think it was one of these.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, go back a picture. That was one of those light ships, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
Isn't that one of them?
Yeah, probably because of the high. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. This is another older one. Again. But there's so...
Rose. What you doing? You're kind of late. We're like 4 hours into this.
It is. They just found it.
Wow.
There's so much, and this one.
Oh yeah, this one here. I like this picture. This is like the actual photo of that other one that was like a more of like a drawing depiction of it. But guys, look at these things.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. We need some arcs, some Noah's Arks to compare them to. So we got to get up.
Yeah, I thought I had some in this, like this one here.
Yeah, that's the other side to these two that we were showing earlier in Beijing. I think you said it was, or something.
Yeah. But look, again, just people arriving with luggage and stuff again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. This one is interesting also. This one is nothing. Normal ship. Yeah, again, these are the prisoners that they tell us.
I don't think they're prisoners. They look like they're relocating these people.
Yeah. Again, another one of this.
This is an arc.
An arc, yeah.
An actual arc. Wow.
Okay. There's an arc, but it's not the ones that.
This one looks just like the one 3 pictures ago where it was that black and white one that we just showed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, go back to that one. Where is it? Down low.
No, I know, like this one.
Yeah, well, it looks like that one, but the one where they're all lined up, it's like 6 of them, 7 of them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, where's that one at?
I'm too far away. Like these ones.
See these ones? It looks just like the arc. Yeah.
Yeah.
All day long.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm reaching. I mean, it's pretty apparent to me. This is just one version of the arc. You look at all the depictions of it. Yeah. And that one next to it there, the next picture over even.
Yeah, with the house on top like this, just like this. Yeah.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Dragons. You're seeing dragons in the upper left somewhere on one of these pictures. I don't know.
Oh, right here, like.
Oh, okay. I see them. Yeah. Oh,
I think they're like griffins or dragon griffins. I don't know.
Remember that one that we saw where they were bringing people onto the ark and it looked like 2 hairy people?
Bigfoots. Yeah.
Littlefoot.
I thought I had it in here.
No, and look, there's melted buildings in the background here. With arches.
Yeah, do I have it? No, not this. I don't.
What's that?
Do I have the one with the? I don't think so. Because
it's fascinating, though. This whole thing is just extremely fascinating.
This one?
Oh, yeah, look at that.
No.
Uh-huh.
No, it's not that one.
But that's similar to some of the other pictures we showed.
Yeah.
This is the one I think that convinced me it was Noah's Ark.
Yeah. This is the depiction that they put in a children's book too. Tells you, yeah, look, it was prisoners. Opium. Yeah, opium receiving ships.
Interesting.
Yeah, here's one dismantled halfway through.
Wow.
This one is this. Oh yeah, these ones are big.
See them there, yeah. I thought all these buildings here were on one.
Yeah, no.
I was like, wait, what? Because I did see a ship that has like a whole building on it. Like, let me send you the picture. I'll bring it up. I have to locate it here. I took a picture of it. This one. I'm going to send this one to you, this one, and these 2 pictures here, and we'll bring these up.
Oh, look at this one, Jen. I don't think you have seen this one.
No, wait, I got it on. Oh, yeah, I remember this one. All right, I'm going to screen share real quick, and we're going to go right back to yours in just a second. All right, let me screen share, present. Oh, wait, what do you got up there right there? Is that one with a building on it?
Yeah. This is the one, the Russian one with the palace on it.
Holy crap, guys! Look at that! Wow. Wow. Just wow. Oh, this is crazy. All right, I'm going to screen share, guys. Let me get into this real quick, and we'll go back to Shippo. All righty, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so, yeah. So here you can see, like, the versions of Noah's Ark here, 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 and here. And then, you know, they got the prison ships, what they look like. Again, they look just like the Noah's Ark. And I think I'm going this way. Oh, that's the same picture. Again, here, Noah's Ark, what we're looking at. More versions of the Noah's Ark here, looking just like these ships. And then there's, you know, of course, that one there. This one is supposed to be a prison ship. Huge anchor.
Yeah.
And this one with a whole building on it. Like a whole building.
Yeah.
A whole building. And then, of course, in the artwork, you know, you see it. You see it right at the top. Let me zoom in on it. You can see the arc right there. So I'm going to give it back to you.
Yeah, well, that was great.
I'll put you back on here. There you go. All right, you're good. Yeah, that's a big one right there. That's a big one.
Oh yeah, I'm back on.
Yeah, you're back on.
Yeah, I don't know where I am right now. Yeah, that one is a big one.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
Yeah, this is what they represent. Also in China, Japan.
Yep. We found these massive ships everywhere, guys. Just like unbelievably massive ships. The show we did was called Giant Ships in the Great War.
Yeah.
Yep. It was a good show.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we you got what we were trying to show you, that these ships were used.
I think we made our point with this one here. It's pretty amazing. I think it's just another piece to the puzzle. I think it fits in, and you know, right now they have a narrative for these things, but we know their narratives are bullshit. Yeah. And you know, how do these things actually fit into what happened and the relocation of people, children, and all this stuff, even possibly getting rid of stuff, putting them on these large ships and dumping them into the water or something. Whatever the heck they wanted to get rid of and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that's a huge building there. Was it an asylum?
Yes.
Of course it is. These people got to go somewhere when they get off these ships.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, these are just not all like orphans, but more workers and new. You see the lack of adults in all of these pictures. Mm-hmm. And you see this one, infant incubators again, in the Omaha exhibition, 1898.
Not
and here you can see people just arriving in these ships.
Yeah, right. Look at all this. I mean, you even got the cattle down there and stuff. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, they just drop them off the boats.
Go forth and prosper, multiply.
Yeah.
With living babies.
Yeah. Again, incubators.
My goodness.
But look, the incubator. But look at the building, and you have two like.
It looks like a ship.
It looks like a ship, exactly.
Now, is that a nod to what we just showed you guys? Are we putting the pieces together to this little puzzle? I think so. I'm just saying. Why did they stick up smokestacks for ships there?
Yeah. These are just orphanage and orphans and baby incubators.
That's crazy.
And this one again. These are like the most popular picture of orphan trains, because they got all the orphans and the train.
Mm-hmm.
But they also had orphan boats.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Wow. This is an asylum?
This is the college, they call it, but probably was before they transformed it into a college.
Wow. Unbelievable.
And you see in these streets always like children. Again, these are just moving somewhere. These people, all these people.
Yeah, kind of looks like it's all muffed up, like maybe it was flooded out, and then the waters are receding, and everybody's just kind of like trying to get to wherever to get on or off these ships.
Yeah, exactly. This was interesting because
Exposed and deserted young children.
Yeah.
Look, the maintenance and education of exposed. And deserted young children. Okay, guys, what's going on here? Make it make sense.
Exposed to what, to what was before. So
yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah. Again, this is just another one. Orphan train. They have all these papers to give to their new the new parents, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, look at the shoreline here. It's all muddy. It's not, it's like what's left over here.
Yeah. Again, just an orphan asylum, you see, because they do the boat,
What kind of weird ass signature is that?
What?
Oh, I guess the signature on the paper of the last one that you showed or something. Might have been something written on something somewhere.
Oh, here, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It does look like I don't even know what it looks like.
Again, just children, incubator babies, but we still use these type of things today for premature babies.
Where did all these premature babies come from, and why are they all premature? You know what I think it is I think that they were using a breeding program to help repopulate, and they were using really young girls. Because one of the things that can happen when you get pregnant really young, before your body's fully developed, is that you'll have the baby sooner. Premature.
Yeah, probably.
Because there seems to be an abundance of premature babies. It's just that's not normal.
No.
Mm-mm.
No, and they present these baby incubators and all the fairs and stuff, So.
Well, listen, I think we're going to wrap it up here because I'm getting really tired, and I need to take some cough medicine and try to get some sleep. Orphans Empire. Look at this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because we show like in the US, but in Europe they all have these or founding.
Again, I want to point out something here. See these? I'll go back a picture. See the obelisks lining this courtyard here?
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, with tech on them and stuff.
Yes, they still got
when they come in and clean up and get rid of this shit, they got to get rid of these. Okay, and where do these wind up? In cemeteries.
In cemeteries, exactly.
Right. So that's the narrative for those things. They're monuments in cemeteries.
Yeah.
Slap Wilson on it. Get the plaque maker over here.
Yeah. Protestant orphan.
That's an odd fellow right there.
Look here, Belgians orphan leaving Paris for country homes.
See?
They came from Belgium. They brought them to Paris, and now they just put them in homes in the countries for either work or breed. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Their fate was Oh my God! But this is to traumatize the next generation, and these people were so traumatized that they will raise their children like. But we know we've seen how our grandparents and their grandparents acted toward them. So it wasn't all love. Look, this is
Wow.
what they say. Yeah, in Europe to bring
Out
to
to a better
Canada.
life in Canada, perhaps?
Yeah.
And it looks like they're on a ship.
Yes. Yes. British
So
children's thousands of British children were shipped
there you go, guys.
and
And we
then
just
put
shifted the ships.
yeah, and then put on these trains and to go across the entire country. No, this is an Hebrew orphan asylum. This is an interesting one because it's 18. What is it? Early 1900s, maybe 1800s. Look at this stack of bricks here that they just scattered. But what is written here is use electricity. You know.
All right, hang on a second. I just had to sneeze. My nose is like burning here, and I'm sneezing. That's why I muted out. Okay, so now there's a stack of bricks here, and what does it say?
Yeah, this is the interesting thing is look at the ad on this old barn.
Interesting, because we've even seen bricks that have the stamp on it that says electricity.
Oh yeah.
And we know bricks are supercapacitors; they store energy. It's interesting.
Yeah, because this is like in the start of the 1900s, and the electricity was just.
And this lady's breastfeeding right here.
Yes.
Do you see this?
Yes.
Wow.
And they are like picking berries. This is what they are doing.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
Yeah. Again, deportations.
A lot of people moving around to a lot of different locations.
Yes.
And you can tell these people whatever you want to tell them. They're going to listen to you. You know why? Because you're housing them, you're clothing them, and you're feeding them.
Yes, and you put them like this with
To
these
the odd fellows.
Yes, with the odd fellows.
Yep.
Look at his face. Really?
Yep. Got nice little glasses on too.
Yep.
So does that other kid. One kid next to him, like two kids
this
down.
one.
That one there has glasses.
This
too.
one.
Really nice ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all around the same age, guys. They're all the same height. Isn't that really interesting too?
Yes.
I'm just saying, it's just peculiarities. Who's what are all these bones under Paris in the catacombs? Could it be these kids' parents? 6 million supposedly under there, long bones and skulls.
Yeah, could be.
They buried the dead and they're re-educating and moving around and kill the children.
Yes, just like the model. They just told us. Yes.
Yep.
But
they said they bury the dead, they educate the children, and all that good stuff. So these are the guys on the back end of the cleanup of the. So you got the people that go in and clean up the cities, dig them out, take down the tech, clean out the buildings, and that takes time because there's lots of buildings, there's lots of stuff. You can't miss anything. You can't leave anything behind because these people are going to be like, "Wow, what's this crazy mechanism over here?" And maybe even figure out how it works or something. We can't have that. Like the fireplaces. They all had tech in them. And they had to educate these people to think that these fireplaces were for fire, and you put fire in them, and that's how you heat your house. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, this is like the document of immigration of the 18th.
This is just more proof. More proof, guys. Clear proof must be furnished to this department. Where does it say there?
Oh, Department of Immigration in Ontario.
Ontario. Okay, Agent of London, England. So we're in Ontario, and then we're talking about London, England.
Yep.
Passengers rent.
This is the rent. I don't know how much it cost or how much it costs to bring these ordinary migrant children from 1 to 8 years old, infants, single laborer. You can have like female domestic servant.
of good character and stable age. Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, farm laborers from Liverpool, Glasgow, Londonderry, Belfast. They all
And
came
many
from
railway
Ireland.
in
Ireland.
Ontario
Yeah.
are as follows. Boom. They're like taking every avenue they can to get these people and kids where they need to get them. You don't hear about none of this. They don't really talk about none of this stuff. When you read the narrative for the orphans, it's not a long narrative. It's pretty compact and to the point, and you just move on.
Yep.
Wow.
And they put them in these amazing old world buildings. That's just crazy.
Wow.
These are the older ones. Foundlings. Again, look, the people come from to take the children that they arrive.
Right, yeah. And then they also had the Cabbage Patch stuff where they were telling people, like you could just get a baby out of the Cabbage Patch or whatever, like as if they came out of cabbages.
Yeah.
And like as if it was like a work child or something. Just like the way they treated the kids, it was really strange. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Remember that little movie we showed of that lady showing the Cabbage Patch Kids, and she's picking up real babies and like kind of tossing them around and putting them on the ground and stuff. And it's like, what are you doing? It's like handling a child like that. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Look at children everywhere, like in the streets and
in the dirty old streets with the nice pavements. Yeah, a lot of people are saying goodnight. They're getting ready for bed. The foundlings.
Yeah, they have like nursery rhymes, like for the foundlings, I guess.
Husband, when each child grows up and leaves its walls, another new baby that day is seen in the foundling cots. Each little baby has no baby sister or baby brother, and never shall know the anxious care and tender touch of a loving mother.
Yuck.
But our Father, who gives their daily bread to all his creatures, caused kindly men, which would be the Oddfellows, to build this home for what's it say? Furnishing babies?
Farmishing, yeah.
Furnishing babies? Okay. Many a poverty-stricken den, and here they are fed, clothed, and taught. Okay, and lift their voices to pray and praise. And here every Sunday the people flock to hear the anthem of the foundlings raise. Interesting. Yep. This generation of kids, man, they could do and say and tell and indoctrinate them into whatever they wanted in these asylums, schools, orphanages, or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, wow, look at this. What's that say?
Again.
Yeah, infantorium things. Yep. Living infants. The fact that they have to say living in there is disturbing, but whatever.
I know.
I don't know.
I know.
What I want to know is who's plugging in all this stuff, who's making all these light bulbs, and where's the extension cords, because they were not invented. It wasn't patented until 1906. The extension cord. Okay, They didn't even mass produce them yet. It was just invented by some guy who was tired of his lamp not reaching over to the plug and having to move his table over. Okay, but this is before the extension cord. Make that make sense.
Yeah. No, this one is not readable, but it's an ad for foundlings. But you see, they were everywhere, deported in each city and put into work,
Yep. They taught them enough just to get them through to work and have some kind of purpose to serve.
Yeah. And here. Again.
Wow, look at them all on this ship, guys. Wow.
And here.
You want to hear something interesting? My great-grandfather, because my family's from Italy, my great-grandfather was orphaned, and he was left on the steps of a nunnery,
Okay, yeah.
do that. And the Farizzi family adopted him. And his sister, who I don't know if they adopted her or not, but anyway, his sister and him, when he got a little older, were supposed to come to America, and they were supposed to get on the Titanic. And
Yeah.
they missed the
Wow.
boat.
Wow.
Talk about missing the boat. That was the boat to miss, okay? Because if they got on that boat, guys, I wouldn't be here today. That's my great-grandfather. My grandfather, on my mother's side, this would have been her grandfather.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this article here, they said how they transported them to Australia in this one.
What do they call it? Bridge ship.
Yeah, bride.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said bridge. I don't know what I'm looking at. Well, I'm getting so tired.
Yeah, bride ship.
I didn't have it enlarged on my end. That's interesting. The bride ships. So for orphan girls, that tells me a breeding program right there.
Yeah.
Okay. They're brides. What do brides do? They get pregnant.
Look, this one in 52, Winfred Ward left Enos, boarded the ship along with other workhouse orphans, with the hope of starting a new life in Australia. They didn't choose; they just were shipped there because they are orphans. Again.
Yeah. Thank you, Julio. Exactly. I would not be here because that's my grandfather, great-grandfather on my mother's side. My father's side, they're all from Italy too. They're from the city of Salerno. That's how I get my last name, Salerno. I'm Italian, supposedly, all the way back. Grandfather, great-grandfather, all this stuff. But he was orphaned. He was not orphaned like in this type of mannerism, like orphaned, say, having a baby out of wedlock, and they go to the nuns and drop the baby off and kind of leave a note and walk away or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, so tardy. So being tardy is good. Yeah, apparently this time it was. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you today if they got on that ship because they were lower class people. The lower class people, a lot of them didn't make it out. They got trapped on, if the Titanic narrative is the way they say it is. But they were supposed to get on it and they didn't get there in time. So yeah, I think it was meant to be.
Exactly. All right.
So we're gonna wrap this up. I'm really getting tired, Shapu. I can't even hold my head up anymore.
No, it's same as me.
But I think we should definitely continue this discussion and go on with more pictures and proof. I mean, we showed more proof this time, even documentation-wise, than we did the first time we've covered this. And the first time we covered it, we were really just starting to put the pieces to the puzzle together. We came across the giant ships, and then I was like, we're looking at these giant ships, and I'm like, what? Well, there was giant people. They must have giant ships and all this stuff. And then I'm like, this looks like Noah's Ark. Why does this look like Noah's Ark to me? And sure enough, it started to click. Like I said, when you're in line with truth, things start to add up. Things start to come together. And sure enough, they were transporting people around. They were moving these people around and repurposing this stuff, saying they're prison ships, giving it a new narrative. They couldn't hide the prison ships. They're in too many photos and stuff like that. They have to give them a narrative. Somebody's going to be like, what's this?
They needed to fill these empty cities. I had a folder of these empty cities that I didn't have to.
We're going to get to that on the next show. We'll bring it up. We'll do a part 2 to this. Maybe Chris can come back as well and show some more stuff, but we definitely should do a part 2 because I'm sure.
Yeah, because I had a big, wide view of Russia at the time that supposedly in the beginning of the 1812, I guess 18 something, and you can see the entire city of Russia with all these spires everywhere on the background, but you cannot. You probably see 10 people in that picture, and you see the entire city. There's nobody.
Yeah. and none of it makes sense, and we're trying to make sense of it. And I think the pieces are coming together and fitting really well. Whether we got it all right or wrong, I don't know, but I think, we're close.
Yeah.
And it sure is better than, just continuing on the road of lies that they've set us upon as far as the historical narratives. A lot of these narratives you never even got to hear about. I mean, most people haven't even heard of the prison ships. They've kept it really low key, because I think if they would have brought it out and really talked about it, I think too many people would have realized what I realized. This looks like Noah's Ark. Why are all these ships looking like Noah's Ark? And we already know that there's Ark stories of Noah's Ark or the Great Flood around the plane, not just in one location, one story. They all have it. Why do they all have it? Was there more than one? More than one arc? So I think, yeah, clearly. Yep.
Yeah. So Chris said he'd love to. So if you ever.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have you back on and just dive deeper into this, because, there's always so much, even just going through the folders with the pictures. Sometimes you pick up something in these pictures maybe that you didn't see, and I'll pick it up, or I didn't see and you pick it up, and it's like, oh, okay, well, what's this doing here? That doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does make something else look like make sense that we looked at already. And this is how me and Shapu have come to the conclusions we've come to, and come down this road of truth, and led us to the point we're at now, through doing these shows and looking at the pictures and tearing apart the narratives that don't make any sense. And it's been an amazing journey, Shapu, since we started. I tell you what, every show is just a banger. It's just full of information. I mean, we don't talk prior to the show. I'll be like, I want to show this, I want to show that, bring that folder, blah, blah, blah. And we just go, and it flows. We're in line with truth. You can't stop. You can't stop the truth.
Yeah, exactly, Jen. Just like I said before the show, just I'll follow you, start, and I'll bring pictures. And if you need some, I will bring them up, because there's so much stuff that we can cover and on the subject that it's really hard to find some stuff, because there's so many. You need to just concentrate on one thing and just search some stuff, and then concentrate on another. And anyway,
it all ties together, though, especially when you get to the 1800s and the Romanovs. That whole scenario and what happened there, and they all wear the Iron Cross, all this stuff.
Oh yeah. They just put everyone that their families and friends, I guess, in control of every place that we know now today. They weren't. The thing is that there's no Asian people in this. I think they were just apart from it. They just left them alone. They say, okay, take care of this, and we'll take care of this part, because it stopped around the Black Sea,
All right.
These guys, because I seen the Bulgarian king was there with these Romanovs, so
right. Yeah, and the Romanovs are that whole story, the whole scenario, how similar they look in their pictures to one another.
Oh yeah.
Really trippy. But the Romanovs play a big part in this whole scenario, the reset, and coming out on the other side of it, and carving up Europe, pretty much the whole thing. And it's just crazy when you look at the Russian. We have the Imperial Crown of Russia. We covered that, and also the regalia that they wore, that they used. You could tell it's all old millennial reign stuff. The golden ball and the gold staff and stuff, and the crowns and everything like that, and how they supposedly made these crowns in a short amount of time with no electricity and stuff like that. It's just crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for coming.
Thank you, Chris.
Meeting
it
you.
was great. I had a really good time, and we're definitely going to do it again. Guys, I can't hang out much longer. I'm really, really tired. I'm trying to keep my eyes open. I'm not going to go out with a song tonight. I just want to say thank you so much, Shapu. Really, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And I love you so much.
I love you too, Jen. It's been quite a wild ride, doing all this with you. Yeah, only with you almost, because I started with you and probably went on 2 or 3 other places, like on Spartan with Mark, and I think Joachim. I've never been other places. I've been asked to do other shows. I'm just, I'd like to, but it's always something that
we have to go together on another show. If they invite me, you got to come, and if they invite you, I got to come.
Yeah.
I think as we compliment each other, we feel so comfortable. It kind of makes us feel more comfortable, and not so. I don't know. I know you're my partner. You're my wingman. It's just the way it is. Okay, so guys, like I always say, the only thing that evil needs to prevail is for good men and women to stand by and do nothing. Let it not be said that we stood by and did nothing. And I do have something to go out with here real quick.
Good night, everyone. Thank you. Love you all.
All right. I think it's down here somewhere. I made up a little outro thing. Here it is. Check this out.
Nice.
Boom, baby.
Boom, baby.
All right, guys. We are out of here. I love you.